Welcome back to Deep Sleep Storyteller. Tonight, we are going on a long, continuous journey with three of my favorite cozy sleep stories, played back to back. So settle into your bed, pull your blankets close, and know that you are completely safe here. Let go of today, close your eyes, and let this unbroken collection carry you into a long, peaceful sleep. Welcome to Deep Sleep Storyteller. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let your body begin to rest. Tonight, I am going to take you somewhere very special, somewhere old, somewhere warm, somewhere the sea sings you gently to sleep. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. Just breathe and let the story carry you. You have been traveling for a long time, not just today, though today has been long enough, with its gray skies and its winding coastal roads and its salt-heavy wind pressing against you from every direction. But longer than that, in some deeper sense, you've been carrying something for a while now, the particular weight of days that have asked too much of you, weeks that have moved too fast, a kind of tiredness that lives not just in the body, but somewhere behind the eyes, somewhere in the chest, somewhere in the quiet places that rarely get to be quiet. But that is ending now, because ahead of you, through the rain and the gray and the darkening of the evening sky over the sea, you can see it, the lighthouse. It stands on the point, that long, rocky finger of land that reaches out into the water, as though the land itself wants to touch the horizon. The lighthouse is tall and white, or it was white once, and now it is the color of things that have been weathered for a long time. Pale gray, cream, stone color, the color of something that has stood in salt wind and sea rain for more years than you could count, and has been made more itself by the experience, not less. The tower rises from a cluster of lower buildings, the keeper's house attached at its base, low and solid, built from the same stone as the point itself, as though it grew from the rock rather than being placed on it. And at the base of the tower, in a window of the keeper's house, a light, not the great light at the top, but one sweeps in its long, slow, patient arc through the dark and the rain, once and again, marking the point for ships that are somewhere out there in the gray water, far away. That light belongs to the sea, but this other light, this warm, amber, still, unhurried light in the low window of the house, that one is for you. That one says, "Come in." That one says, "You are almost there." That one says, "Rest is here. If you want it, you make your way along the path." It is a narrow path, worn into the rock over many decades of footsteps, the footsteps of keepers and their families, of supply boats and visitors, of people who have come to this point for reasons that were urgent or quiet or neither. And it is slick tonight with the rain that has been falling since mid-afternoon. The rain is not a dramatic rain. It is the kind of rain that the sea makes horizontal, fine, everywhere at once. More mist and drop in some moments, and then more drop and mist in others, shifting and patient, and entirely comfortable with being here for as long as it wants to be. The wind comes off the water. It is not a violent wind. It is a persistent wind, a wind with purpose the kind of wind that has been moving across open water for a long distance and carries with it the smell of everything has passed over. Salt, deep cold water, something alive and ancient and clean. It presses against your coat, finds the edges of your collar and your sleeves, touches your face with its cold and slightly damp hands. But you are almost at the door. The path brings you to a low stone wall and through a gate, iron, simple, slightly rusted at its hinges but swinging easily enough, and then across a small courtyard where the stone flags are dark with rain and the wind eddies in circles, and then to the door of the keeper's house. The door is wooden, heavy, old wood, dark with weather and oil, banded with iron straps that have gone deep rust red over the years. There is a brass handle, dull with age, but solid, real, cool under your hand. When you reach for it, you press the latch, and the door opens. The warmth comes out to meet you. It comes the way warmth always comes from inside an old stone building that has had a fire burning in it all day, not just as temperature, but as presence, as character, as something that has been building and deepening for hours. It has become its own particular version of warmth. This is not the sharp warmth of a radiator or the dry warmth of forced air. This is the warmth of stone that has been heated through, of thick walls that have absorbed the fire's heat and are giving it back slowly and evenly and with great patience. It smells of wood smoke and salt and something else, something that belongs to this place specifically, something that might be old timber or lamp oil, or the particular stone of this coastline, or all of these things combined into a single smell that you cannot quite name, but that your body recognizes immediately as safe, as shelter, as the place you have been walking toward. You step inside. You close the door behind you. The wind is gone. Not entirely. You can still hear it, pressing against the thick stone walls of the house, finding the gap under the door, and making a low, barely perceptible sound there, like a whisper. You can hear it in the chimney too, a soft moan as it passes over the top and draws the smoke upward and away. But it is outside now. It is doing its work out there, on the rock and the water and the sky, and that is exactly where it belongs. In here, there is only the warmth and the quiet and the amber light. Take a breath. Just breathe in the warm air of this place. Let your lungs fill with it. The smoke, the salt, the old wood, the stone. It is the smell of shelter. It is the smell of here. And here is safe. And here is enough. Let your shoulders come down. You are here. You are safe here. The room you have entered is low-ceilinged and simple and entirely right. The walls are thick stone, whitewashed on the inside, or they were whitewashed once, and now they are the color of old whitewash, which is cream and shadow, and the accumulated light of many years of lamplight and firelight. The ceiling is low enough that you are aware of it above you in a comforting way, close, not oppressive, just present, just the reminder that you are inside, that you are under something. You are covered. The beams that cross the ceiling are dark, dark with age and with the smoke of many winters. They are thick and slightly irregular because they were cut by hand from timber that was never perfectly straight, and they were fitted together by someone who knew what they were doing. who knew these walls and this wind and understood what was needed to hold a house together. On a rocky point in the middle of the sea, the floor is stone too, large, uneven flags of the same gray rock as the point itself, worn smooth in the paths of regular movement, from door to hearth, from hearth to table, from table to the stairs that lead up into the tower. The worn places in the stone are the history of this house, the record of every keeper who has lived and worked here. Every morning and evening walk from fire to door and back again. In the center of the near wall, the fireplace and the fire. Oh, the fire is exactly what you needed to see. It is a real fire, a proper fire, the kind of fire that has been burning long enough to have settled into its most comfortable and generous version of itself. The grate is deep and wide, built for a house that needs serious warmth in serious weather, and the fire inside it has expanded to fill the space available. The logs, sea-weathered timber, perhaps, or proper split logs from the mainland, have been burning long enough that they are now deep orange coal at their centers, the wood itself transformed by heat into something more purely energy, more purely warm, small blue, and gold flames move along the surfaces of the coals in slow, easy patterns. They shift and lean and reach upward, not dramatically, not urgently, just doing what flames do when there is warmth enough and no rush. The light the fire makes on the stone walls is amber, rich, deep, moving amber that turns the simple whitewashed stone into something almost golden, something ancient and warm and generous. The shadows the fire makes move very slowly, the way shadows do when the light source is a fire. Not the quick, sharp shadows of electric light, but the soft, rounded, slowly shifting shadows of flame. Shadows that have more in common with water than with darkness. You stand for a moment in front of the fireplace. You are not moving toward anything. You are simply standing, and the fire is in front of you, and the warmth from it reaches your face and your hands and the front of your coat, and it is exactly right. Your coat. Time to take off your coat. You work at the buttons, or the zip, or the clasps. Whatever holds your coat closed against the weather, and you feel each one release with a small, satisfying looseness. The coat comes off your shoulders, and you feel the weight of it go, and with it goes something else. The effort of the journey, perhaps. The held readiness of a body that has been moving through cold and wind for too long and has not yet been told it can stop. You can stop. You hang the coat on the hook beside the door. There is a row of them there. Old iron hooks set into the stone, worn smooth where hands have hung and taken down coats through every season of many years. Your coat hangs there now, and it is damp with the rain, and it will dry here overnight by the warmth of the fire, slowly and completely. Your boots next. You sit on the low bench near the door, stone, with a piece of old timber across the top for a seat, worn smooth, and you work at your bootlaces with fingers that are cold and slightly stiff. Each lace loosens, each boot loosens, and you ease them off one by one and set them side by side on the stone floor near the door. In your socks now, thick wool socks, perhaps the kind that belong in old stone houses near the sea. You feel the floor directly beneath you, and even the cold stone of the floor is somehow comforting. The solidity of it, the realness of it. You stand, you are inside. The fire is warm. You are safe here. You move toward the fire. The room is not large, and the fire is not far away, and the journey across the stone flags takes only a few seconds. But those few seconds are enough to notice things. The round wooden table near the center of the room, with its single oil lamp burning low in the middle of it, making a small golden circle of light on the wood. The two chairs near the hearth, not matching, not fine, but solid and well-worn and deeply comfortable looking, each one with a cushion that has been sat in many times and has taken on the particular softness of things long used. A shelf on the wall with a few things on it, a tin cup, a tobacco jar, a small wooden figure carved from dark wood in the shape of something you cannot quite identify, a seal, perhaps, or a bird, or just a shape that someone's hands made while sitting here in the evenings, while the fire burned and the lighthouse turned above, and the sea did what the sea does. A kettle on the hook above the fire. It is already there, already over the heat, and from the spout there rises a thread of steam, thin, white, barely visible in the amber air, but present, but real, but the promise of something warm to drink. You sit in one of the chairs. The chair receives you. That is the only way to describe it. Not that you sit in it, but that it receives you, takes your weight, offers you its accumulated softness and its particular angle of repose, which is exactly the right angle for a body that has walked in rain and wind and is now beside a fire in a lighthouse keeper's house on a rocky point in the sea. You are in the chair. The fire is in front of you. The kettle is steaming. Everything is exactly as it should be. You are safe here. Let that settle. You are safe here, in this house of stone that has stood on this point for longer than you can imagine, that has held people in its warmth through storms far wilder than tonight's, that has been the still, warm center of this rocky, exposed point through everything the sea could offer. The walls are 3 feet thick in some places. The fireplace is deep and real. The door is solid, and the latches are iron. Everything about this place was built for exactly this, for keeping the warmth in and the cold out, for being what the sea cannot be, which is still and warm and safe. The lighthouse above turns. You can feel it rather than see it from down here. Not a physical sensation, more a sense of the great mechanism working above you, the light sweeping its patient arc through the dark. One rotation, and another, like a great slow heartbeat. The lighthouse keeps its rhythm, keeps doing its ancient job of marking the point, of saying to the ships out there, here is the rock, here is the land, go this way, and not that way, be safe. But that is its word. This warmth, this chair, this fire is yours. The kettle begins to speak, not with words, but with sound, a low building murmur that starts somewhere deep inside the water and rises as the water heats, a sound that begins as a whisper and grows slowly into something fuller, more confident. It is one of the best sounds in the world, the sound of water heating for a warm drink in a warm room on a cold and rainy night. It is the sound of something being prepared for you, something good, simple, and warm. You take the kettle off the hook, carefully, the handle wrapped in a thick cloth, and you pour. The steam rises, The water steams into the cup, a wide, plain ceramic cup, or perhaps an old enamel mug with its slightly chipped rim. And the smell that rises with it is of tea. Strong, dark tea, the kind that belongs in stone houses near the sea. Or if you prefer, coffee, dark and soft and warming. Or something herbal and quiet, chamomile, perhaps. Or something that smells of the coast, of calm, whatever you prefer. It is here. It is hot. It steams in your hands when you wrap them around the cup, and your hands, still cool from the journey, feel the heat with a particular gratitude, a particular recognition of warmth meeting cold, and cold dissolving into it. You take the smallest sip. The heat travels down your throat, into your chest, into the center of you, spreading slowly, warmly, the way warmth moves when it is unhurried and kind. You settle back in the chair. The cup is in your hands. The fire is in front of you. The lamp on the table casts its small golden circle. The rain is against the windows. The windows of this house are small and deep set in the thick stone walls. Their glass old and slightly weighty with age, and the rain runs down the outside of them in slow threads that catch the lamplight and hold it for a moment before running on. The wind finds the chimney again and makes its low, soft sound. You can hear the sea. It is not close. The house is set back enough from the edge of the point that the sound of the waves is not immediate, not loud, not anything that could disturb or unsettle. It is a presence, a background, a constant low murmur that underlies everything else. The sea is doing what the sea does, moving, breathing, pressing against the rock and pulling back, pressing again and pulling back, in a rhythm so old and so patient that it has become the rhythm of this place, the heartbeat of the point, the sound against which all other sounds are measured. And it is a comfortable sound, a reassuring sound, the sound of something enormous being itself, without drama, without hurry, without any particular concern for you or for the lighthouse or for the night. The sea does not concern itself with you, but it is not unkind either. It is simply there, and its being there, its constancy, its endless patient motion, is one of the most restful sounds in the world. When you are inside a warm house of stone, and the fire is burning, and you are in the chair, the sea says, "I have been here forever." The lighthouse says, "I am watching." The fire says, "I am warm." And you say nothing. You just breathe in and out, and the warmth holds you. Let's stay here a while. There is no reason to move through this quickly. There is nowhere on the other side of this moment that is better than this moment. There is nothing waiting for you that cannot wait. Nothing requiring your attention that the morning cannot see to. Tonight is long, and it is yours, and it is asking nothing of you but this, to be here, in this warmth, by this fire, in this old house on the point, and to rest. So let's stay. Let's be here. Let's be completely here, in this amber room with the fire and the rain and the turning light above and the sound of the sea. Feel the chair beneath you, the way the seat holds the weight of you evenly and without complaint, the way the arms of the chair offer themselves to your arms, and you can rest your arms there. Let your elbows sink into the slight give of the wood or the padding. Let your forearms lie along them in complete repose. Your hands hold the cup, or perhaps you have set the cup on the stone hearth nearby, and your hands rest open in your lap, or loosely curled, the way hands rest when they have finished doing things. The chair back behind you, let yourself lean into it. Not tentatively, not with the held readiness of someone who might need to stand up at any moment. All the way back, let the chair take all of you. Let your back meet the chair's back. Let your shoulder blades spread and soften against it. Let the curve of your lower back find the support that is there. You are sitting back. You are received. The chair has held many people in exactly this way, in front of exactly this fire, on many nights exactly like this one. You are one of a long line of people who have sat in this chair and been held by its particular warmth and comfort. You are not alone in having needed this, and you are not alone now. The fire pops softly, a single small sound, a brief, bright pop from somewhere in the coals, and then the fire settles again, and the room settles with it, and the quiet that follows is slightly deeper than the quiet before, the way quiet always deepens after a small sound, the sound having drawn your attention to the silence that surrounds it. After the pop, the crackle of the burning coals. After the crackle, the low hiss of moisture in the wood meeting the heat. After the hiss, just the sound of burning, which is almost not a sound at all, which is just the fire doing its slow and ancient work, and underneath all of it, the rain, and underneath the rain, the sea, and underneath the sea, something older than sound, something that does not make a sound at all, but that you can feel, that you could feel if you were very still and very quiet and had been sitting by this fire for long enough. The deep, slow pulse of the earth itself, the rock of this point, which is very old, which was here before the lighthouse, and before anyone who built it, which was here before the sea was the sea, which will be here long after every human thing on it has been worn away. Old, patient, still, you are sitting on the oldest thing there is, and the oldest thing there is does not shake, it does not worry, it does not hurry. It simply is, in its deep, enormous, unhurried way. And tonight, you get to be still with it. You are safe here, a lamp on the table. Let your eyes rest on it for a moment. If they are open, or picture it clearly if they are closed. It is an oil lamp, a real one, the kind this house would have always had, a glass reservoir of oil below, and a wick that burns with a warm, slightly orange, slightly flickering flame. The glass chimney around the flame is clear and clean, and the light it allows through is the warmest kind, not white, not blue-white, not the hard light of electricity, but something softer and older. The lamplight pulls on the wooden table and picks out the grain of the old wood, each line and whorl of it, each record of the trees' slow-growing years. The lamp does not demand anything of you. It does not require you to look at it. It simply burns, quietly, steadily, doing its small, beautiful job of making a little circle of warm light in a warm room. If you look at the flame directly, it moves. It always moves. Not dramatically, not whipping or guttering or making any kind of scene. Just the very slight, constant, organic movement of a flame that is alive in its way, that responds to the tiniest shifts in the air with tiny adjustments of its shape. It leans a fraction to the left, then straightens, then leans a fraction to the right. The tip of it bends and returns. The whole flame breathes in its own very small and continuous way. A flame breathing, a fire breathing, the sea breathing against the rock. You breathing, everything alive, everything in motion, everything gentle and patient and well. Think about where you are for a moment, not to analyze it, not to understand it in any complicated way, just to feel it. You are on a point of rock that reaches into the sea. The sea surrounds you on three sides, not dangerously, not threateningly, just geographically. The water is out there, dark and moving, doing its thing. The rain is falling on it, adding itself to the vast body of the sea one drop at a time, which is how the sea has always been added to, patiently and incrementally. The lighthouse stands above you, and the light turns, and somewhere in the dark out on the water, far away, beyond where you can see or hear, a ship sees it, or perhaps no ship tonight. Perhaps tonight the sea is empty of vessels, and the light sweeps through pure dark and pure rain, marking a point that needs no marking tonight, doing its work anyway, because that is what it does, because the work matters whether or not anyone is watching. There is something very comforting about that, about things that do their work whether or not anyone is watching. The fire burns whether you watch it or not. The sea moves whether you hear it or not. The lighthouse light turns whether there is a ship to see it or not. Everything doing its work, quietly, continuously, without needing your attention or your acknowledgement. And you can put your attention down. You can let it rest. You can stop attending to things just for tonight. Just here, the rain on the windows has changed slightly. It has become heavier, or perhaps more directional. The wind shifting a degree or two and bringing the rain against the seaward window with a little more presence, a more consistent soft percussion against the old glass. You can hear it now with more clarity. The rain on the window, a fine, continuous, regular sound like someone running their fingers very lightly and very quickly across a surface. It comes in waves, fuller for a moment, then easing, then fuller again, following the rhythm of the wind that carries it. It is a sound that says, I am outside. It is a sound that says, but you are inside. And that gap between the outside and inside, that gap, the thick stone walls create, but the heavy door reinforces, that the fire deepens with every degree of warmth it adds to the room. That gap is everything tonight. That gap is safety. That gap is rest. That gap is the difference between weather happening to you and weather happening near you while you are warm. You are warm. You are inside. The rain is outside. Everything is in its right place. Take a slow breath. The air in this room has layers. First, closest to your face, the warmth of the fire, dry and slightly smoky, the exhaled warmth of burning wood. Then beneath them, the salt that comes from the sea air, that finds its way into every stone building near the coast, that lives in the walls, in the timber and the fabric and the air of every room that has the sea for a neighbor. Then something older, the smell of the stone itself, which is a smell so subtle you might not notice it directly, but which is there, a particular mineral quiet of rock that has been here for a very long time. And somewhere in all of that, the tea or the coffee, the warmth of your drink, which is cooling slowly in your hands or in the cup on the hearth. Still warm, still steaming very faintly. Breathe all of it in, the fire and the salt and the stone and the warmth. The smell of this specific place, the smell of shelter. Let's go slowly through your body and let it rest. Start at your feet in their thick socks, resting on the stone floor, or perhaps tucked up onto the chair with you, or resting on the hearthstone near the fire. Your feet have carried you here. They have walked the path in the rain, found the footing on the slick stones, done the work of getting you to this door. And now they are done. They do not need to do anything else. They can be completely, entirely at rest. Let them be heavy. Let all the tension that feet carry, the small, constant work of balance and grip and movement, let all of that go. Your feet are soft. Your toes are loose. The soles of your feet, the arches, the heels, all of it resting, all of it done for tonight. Let that softness rise through your ankles, through the long muscles of your calves. You've been walking in the rain. Your calves worked. They are allowed to be done now. Let them soften. Let them release. Let them be still. Your knees, easy, bent or straight, whichever they are in the chair, just at rest. Your thighs, heavy. The large muscles of them can let go now. They need hold nothing. The chair holds everything. Let your hips settle deeper into the seat. Feel the cushion receive them, the slight give of it. Let your pelvis be heavy. Let it be completely supported. Your back, the small of your back, where so much tension quietly lives, let it ease into the chair back, not with force, not with effort, just permission. You can let go now. The chair's there. The chair has you. Your stomach can be soft. It does not need to hold itself. Let it rise gently with your breath, fall gently with your breath, and be otherwise completely unremarkable, just a warm and easy part of a warm and easy body at rest. Your chest, your ribs moving slightly with each breath in the most minimal and natural way. No holding, no bracing, just the automatic, effortless movement of breathing. Your shoulders, drop them. If you read that word and felt them move, even a fraction of an inch, then they had been lifted, had been held in the readiness that cold and effort and the weight of things create. And now they can come down and back, away from your ears, back toward the chair. There, your arms resting along the arms of the chair or in your lap. Heavy, done, resting. Your hands, open or gently curled, warm from the cup, warm from the fire. The fingers loose, the palms open, nothing gripped, nothing held. Your neck, long and easy. Your head resting on the back of the chair, or tip slightly forward, or turned a little toward the fire, wherever it wants to be. Your face, the muscles of your face, which work without you noticing, the slight tension around the eyes, the faint set of the jaw, the small effort of expression, all of it can release. Let your face be soft. Let your jaw be loose, slightly open, relaxed. Let the skin of your forehead be smooth. Let your eyes be soft behind their lids. Your whole body, warm, heavy, held, at rest. You are so comfortable. Let's just hold that for a moment. You are so comfortable in this chair, in this warm room, with the fire in front of you, and the rain on the windows, and the sea somewhere nearby doing its ancient, patient work, and the lighthouse above sending its slow signal through the dark. You are in one of the most sheltered places there is, not just physically, not just because the walls are thick and the fire is real, but in some deeper sense. This place has been keeping people safe for a very long time. The lighthouse was built for exactly that, to keep things safe, to be the fixed point in the dark that tells you where you are. And the keeper's house, this room, this fire, this chair, was built to keep the keeper safe and warm, so that the keeper could keep the light going. Everything here was built around the idea of safety. Everything here was built around the idea of keeping someone warm and present and at rest, so that the work of keeping others safe could continue. And now you are here, and you are the one being kept, and the warmth is real, and the walls are real, and you are safe here. The keeper. There is something worth thinking about, not with urgency, not with analytical attention, just gently, the way you might think about something while half asleep, letting the thought drift like smoke. The lighthouse keeper. Every lighthouse had one for most of their history, a person who lived here on this point through every weather and every season, whose job was to tend the light, to keep it burning, to climb the stairs, and there's stairs above you now, winding up through the tower. Stone steps worn by the same pattern of footsteps year after year, to climb those stairs and check the mechanism, to clean the lens, to refill the oil, to ensure that the light kept turning. A life of great patience, a life of repetition, not the deadening kind of repetition, but the good kind, the kind that becomes its own rhythm, its own meditation. Every morning the same, every evening the same, the light on at dusk, the light checked through the night, the log written in, the weather noted, the lamp tended, and in between, this chair, this fire, this tea, or something like it, this rain on the windows, and this wind in the chimney, and this sea, always the sea, always nearby, always breathing. The keeper sat where you are sitting. In some sense, perhaps, the keeper is still here. Not in any way that should unsettle you, nothing like that. Just in the way that places hold the people who lived in them. The worn places in the stone floor, the hooks by the door that have held 1,000 coats, the chair that has held 1,000 evenings of quiet, the mantelpiece. There is a mantelpiece. Let's see it now. A wide stone shelf above the fireplace with a few things on it. A clock, old brass, quiet in its ticking, marking time in the same patient way that has always marked time. A small frame picture, too dark to make out clearly in this light, but there, present belonging. A piece of rope worked into an elaborate knot, the kind sailors make, the kind that is art as much as function. A smooth gray stone, round and perfect, picked up from the beach below the point on some morning walk. Small things, quiet things, things that make a place feel inhabited, things that say, someone has loved being here, and now you love being here, and that is enough. The clock on the mantel ticks, tick, tick, tick. It is a slow tick, slower, it seems, than ordinary clocks. Or perhaps time moves differently in this place, the way time moves differently near the sea, near things that are very old and very patient. Each tick is a moment, and each moment is warm, and each warm moment is yours. Tick, and the fire pops softly. Tick, and the rain finds the window. Tick, and the sea breathes against the rock below. Tick, and the lighthouse light sweeps its arc somewhere above you, through the rain and the dark. Tick, and you breathe in and out. Tick, there is a bookshelf in the corner of the room, between the window and the door that leads to the base of the tower. There is a small bookshelf, and the books on it are various in age and size. Old paperbacks with their spines creased and their covers faded, a few hard covers in dark cloth bindings, a nautical almanac, a tide table from some previous year, the books of someone who reads steadily and without pretension, who reads what is available and what interests them, and does not worry very much about whether the books match. Some of the books have been read many times. You can tell by the way they sit on the shelf, slightly tilted from repeated taking down and putting back, their spines more flexible than they once were, their pages carrying the slight waviness of books that have been read in places with some humidity in the air, near the sea, in stone houses where the rain comes in its salt fog. You do not need to read tonight, but there is a comfort in the presence of books, a particular kind of quiet that they have, the quiet of words waiting patiently to be read, all of them patient, none of them urgent, all of them simply there. Perhaps there is someone else here, in the back of the house, beyond the door in the far wall, which is closed, behind which there is presumably a small kitchen or another room. There is the faintest sound of quiet occupation, a kettle being moved, a chair being settled in, not sounds that demand your attention, not sounds that mean anything needs to happen, just the sounds of someone else being comfortable in their own part of this warm house, someone who knows this place well, who has been here through many storms and found each one manageable, each one something to sit beside rather than fight. The keeper, perhaps, still here, still tending things in their quiet way. If that thought is welcome, let it be here. The thought of being in a warm house where someone else also is, where you are not entirely alone in the warmth, where somewhere nearby there is another person being quietly at rest. If you prefer perfect solitude, then the house is yours entirely. The sounds are just the house settling, just the wind finding small spaces in the old stone and speaking through them, just the fire and the clock and the rain. Either way, you are safe. Either way, you are warm. Either way, there is nothing here that means you harm. Everything in this house is on your side. The fire is on your side. The walls are on your side. The thick stone that has stood here through every storm for 100 years or more is entirely on your side. You are held. You are safe here. A lighthouse light turns, even from inside the keeper's house. Even with the curtains drawn across the small deep windows, you can sense it, the very faintest pulse of the great light, as it sweeps its arc once per rotation, the room briefly fractionally brighter, and then returning to the warm amber of the fire and the lamp. Once, and again, and again. It is a heartbeat. The lighthouse has a heartbeat, and it is regular and steady and slow. And it is the heartbeat of safety, the heartbeat of marking, of saying, Here is the point, here is the rock, here's where you are. Let it be a comfort. Each slow sweep of light above you is the lighthouse doing its work. You do not have to do your work tonight. Tonight, the lighthouse is working. Tonight, the fire is working. Tonight, the house is working, and you get to rest. Let's listen to the rain. Just the rain. For a while, just the rain. It is on the seaward window, the window that faces the water, that takes the full force of the wind off the sea. It comes against the glass in gusts, and then eases, and then comes again. And in the gusts, you can hear each individual drop for a moment, and then the drops blend into each other and become a single texture of sound, a continuous soft percussion that is not quite like anything else in the world. Rain on old glass in an old stone house near the sea. On a night like this one, there is nothing you need to do about the rain. It is doing exactly what rain does, and it is doing it outside. And outside is exactly where it belongs. And you are inside, and inside is warm and dry and lit by fire. The rain cannot get to you. It knows this. It is not trying. It is just rain, being rain, doing what rain does in the way that rain has always done it, patiently and continuously and entirely without any intention toward you one way or another. And the sound of it is beautiful. The sound of rain when you are inside is one of the most beautiful sounds there is, because every drop of rain you can hear is one more drop that confirms you are inside. You are safe. The world out there is doing its weather, and you are here in the warmth by the fire in the thick-walled house on the point. Listen to it. Let it fall. Let it fall on the windows and the roof and the stone courtyard outside and the path and the rock of the point and the sea below. And let each place it falls confirm that you are not in those places. You are here in the warmth, in the quiet, in the safe. Your tea or coffee, if there's any left in the cup. It is warm, but not hot now. The most comfortable temperature, the temperature at which you can drink it easily without thinking, without waiting, without being careful. The kind of warmth that asks nothing of you. Pick it up, if you have not already. Hold it in both hands. Feel the warmth of it through the ceramic or the enamel, spreading into your palms, into your fingers. Drink if you want to, or just hold it. Just hold the warm cup. Let the warmth of it be another layer of warmth in the many layers of warmth that surround you tonight. Outside, somewhere below the point, the sea is breaking. You cannot hear the individual waves from here. The house and the distance aren't enough to soften the sound until it is just a general murmur, a consistent low presence. But in the quietest moments, in the pauses between the rain gusts and the fire sounds and the clock ticks, you can hear it. The low, continuous breathing of the sea against the rock. It is a sound with a rhythm if you listen carefully enough, not a strict rhythm. The sea does not keep strict time, but a rhythm nonetheless, the rhythm of waves that have come a long distance across open water and are meeting the rock at the end of their journey. They come and they break and they pull back and they come again, and each cycle is slightly different from the last, slightly more energy or slightly less, slightly more spray or slightly more foam, but the overall pattern is consistent. Come, break, pull back, come, break, pull back. The sea has been doing this since before the lighthouse was built. It will be doing it long after you wake tomorrow morning and make your tea and look out the window and see the world washed clean by the night's rain, white and fresh and new. It will be doing it then, and it is doing it now. And the sound of it is not urgency, is not danger, is not anything you need to respond to. It is just the sea, just the old patient sea, doing what it does. You are becoming very comfortable. There is a word for what you are becoming, and the word is drowsy, not dramatically, not heavily, not suddenly, just gently, the way the edges of things soften when you have been warm and still for long enough, the way the sounds of the room begin to blend into a single texture of sound rather than separate distinguishable things. The fire is there, the rain is there, the clock is there, the sea is there, and you can identify each of them if you want to, but you do not have to. And more you find you do not want to, more and more you find that the whole composite sound of this room on this night is simply good, simply warm, simply safe. Your body is very heavy. Your limbs have the weight of rest in them, not the heaviness of tiredness, which feels like burden, but the heaviness of deep relaxation, which feels like earth, which feels like being part of something solid and still. Your eyes, if they are open, are soft. The fire, seen through soft eyes, is more beautiful than the fire seen with sharp attention. The colors are richer, the edges are blurred into each other, the movement of the flames is slower and more graceful. It is the fire as your body wants to see it, gently, without effort, without precision. Let your eyes be soft. Let them close if they want to. Let the fire color exist as a warmth against your closed lids rather than a sight. The clock ticks, tick, tick, tick. It is ticking you towards sleep. Every tick is another moment of rest, another moment of warmth, another moment of safety. The clock does not hurry. The clock has no opinion about whether you are asleep or awake. It simply keeps its time. This simple, honest mechanism of gears and springs, and a pendulum swinging in the deep of its case. Tick, the fire breathes. Tick, the rain falls. Tick, the sea breathes. Tick, the lighthouse turns. Tick, you breathe. And out. And out. Tick, you're so close to sleep. Not rushing toward it. Not trying to arrive there. Just being carried. Gently and without effort. In the direction that this warmth and this quiet and this stone house and this fire are all pointing, which is rest, which is sleep, which is the deep, genuine, restorative rest that your body has been asking for, that your mind has been waiting for, that the whole long journey here was in service of. You have arrived. The journey is done. This is the place. You are in the chair. The fire is warm. The rain is on the windows. The sea is breathing. The lighthouse is turning. And you are here. You are safe here. You can sleep. Let the sounds be sounds, not words, not information, not things to respond to or remember or analyze. Just the rain, just the fire, just the sea, just the clock, just sounds moving through you, not catching on anything, not requiring anything, moving through the warm dark of your closed eyes like water through clear stone, smooth and easy, and leaving everything clean. You do not need to hold the sounds. They will be here. They will be here all night. These sounds, the rain and the fire and the sea and the clock doing their work, whether or not you are conscious of them. They do not need you to listen. They are content to sound without an audience, and you are free to stop listening. You are free to let the sounds become the background of sleep rather than the foreground of waking. Let them recede gently. Let them go from foreground to background, from something heard to something felt, from something felt to just the warmth, and just the warmth to just the dark, and just the dark to sleep. Sleep. You are so close. The lightest, most transparent layer of consciousness is all that remains between you and sleep, and it is becoming more transparent with every breath, every heartbeat, every slow tick of the clock on the mantel, every wave of rain against the old glass window, every low voice of the fire in the deep stone grate. With every breath, you are closer. With every heartbeat, you are more relaxed. With every tick of the clock, you are further from the day and its demands, and its difficulties, and its distances, and closer to this, to sleep, to rest, to the warm dark behind your eyes, to the deep, safe, quiet place where the body heals itself, and the mind sorts itself, and everything that needed to be put down is put down, and everything that needed to be held loosens its grip and rests. The keeper tends the light. Above you, the mechanism turns. Below, the sea breathes, the rain falls, the fire burns, the clock ticks, and you sleep, or you are nearly sleeping. Nearly. So nearly that it makes no difference. The warmth is complete. The quiet is complete. The safety is complete. And you are complete in the middle of all of it. Warm and still and held, breathing slowly in the amber dark of your closed eyes, hearing without listening, feeling without thinking, being without effort, being, just being, in this old house, on this old point, with this old sea, and this young fire, and this good, long, warm night ahead of you. Let go. Everything you were holding, let it go. It will be there in the morning. It will be fine in the morning. Morning is a long way away, and far away is exactly where it should be, and in the space between now and morning, there is only this: the warmth, the quiet, the rain, the fire, the sea, the clock, the lighthouse, turning, and you sleeping, deeply, warmly, safely. Well, the lighthouse turns, the rain falls, the sea breathes, the fire holds its warmth, and you sleep. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. In the deep of the night, the storm finds its own rest. The rain eases, not ending, but softening into something finer. A mist more than a rain, a presence in the air rather than a falling from the sky. The wind, which had been moving steadily off the water all evening, settles into a quieter rhythm, a breath rather than a wind, something that barely moves the grasses on the point, that barely troubles the surface of the water below. The world is resting. Even the storm is resting. Even the sea, in the quietest part of the night, seems to breathe more slowly, its waves longer and lower and more peaceful. the sound they make against the rock more of a sigh than a crash. Everything settling, everything softening, everything finding its way to rest. And in the keeper's house, the fire has burned down to its deepest, most patient self. Not flames now, but coals, deep red and deep orange, glowing steadily from within, giving off the warmest and most even heat of any stage of a fire's life. The room is completely amber. The shadows in the corners are deep and warm and still. The lamp on the table has burned low, its light barely more than a glow. The smallest circle of gold on the old wood. The clock ticks, tick, tick, and the coals glow, and the rain whispers, and the sea sighs, and the lighthouse turns, once, and again, patient, faithful, see, as it has always been, as it will always be, and you sleep. You have been sleeping for a while now, deep in the comfortable dark, in the warmth of the chair and the blanket. Perhaps you found a blanket. Perhaps it was already there, folded over the arm of the chair, waiting for exactly this, a thick wool thing in some dark, practical color that smells faintly of cedar and salt in the warmth of the fire's long, slow giving. In the warmth of the house itself, which is warm all the way through, warm in its stones, and its beams, and its worn floors. You are sleeping. Your breathing is slow, slower than it has been all day, deeper, each breath traveling all the way down to the bottom of your lungs and returning unhurried. Your body is completely at rest. Every muscle, every joint, every surface of skin, all of it warm, all of it still, all of it doing the quiet, invisible work of rest and recovery that bodies do when they are allowed to, when they are warm enough and safe enough and still enough to do it properly. Tomorrow, you will wake slowly. You will surface from sleep the way the rocks emerge from the sea at low tide gradually, as the water recedes, shapes appearing that were always there, just briefly covered. You will become aware of the room slowly, the light first, pale morning light through the deep set windows, gray and soft and coastal, the particular gray of a morning after a storm, when the clouds are still there, but the rain is past and everything is clean. You will hear the sea, quieter than last night, or different, the particular quiet of the sea after a storm, when the waves are still larger than usual, but they are smooth and long and rolling. The storm's energy passing through the water long after the wind that created it has moved on. You will smell the cold ash of the fire, and beneath it the salt, and beneath it the stone, and you will lie still for a moment, completely warm under the blanket, and you will simply exist in the morning of this old house on the point, and it will be good. But that is morning, and morning is not yet. Morning is on the other side of the long, warm, dark, rain soft, fire warm, sea breath night, and the night has many good hours left in it. Sleep through them, all of them, each one. The lighthouse turns, the fire glows, the clock ticks, the rain whispers, the sea sighs, the house holds, and you sleep. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. Sleep, just sleep. Warm, safe, held, here, on the point, by the sea, in the light of the lighthouse, in the warmth of the fire, in the quiet of the night. Sleep, warm, safe, the sea, the fire, the light. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Close your eyes now and let everything else fall away. Let the sounds of the world around you grow soft and distant. Let your body sink a little deeper into the warmth beneath you. There is nothing you need to do right now, nowhere you need to be, nothing that requires your attention. Only this, only the quiet, only the gentle drift of this story carrying you somewhere ancient and still and deeply, deeply peaceful. Breathe slowly and let us begin. Imagine, if you will, that the night is very old, older than memory itself, and the air carries with it the scent of cedar and dry stone and something warm, something like bread baking slowly in the distance. The sky above is impossibly deep, impossibly dark, and scattered across it like grains of pale salt are more stars than you have ever counted, stars that have watched over this city for thousands of years, patient and silent, and always there. This is Jerusalem, ancient Jerusalem, at the quiet edge of a long, holy week, and the city is settling into sleep the way a tired child settles into the arms of someone who loves them. Slowly, with small sighs, with the last flickering of lamps in high windows, with the soft padding of sandals on stone roads as the final few people make their way home through the cool night air. The stone beneath your feet is smooth and pale in the moonlight, worn down by thousands upon thousands of footsteps across hundreds of years. You can feel the slight chill of it, even through the worn leather of your sandals. And the air around you is neither cold nor warm, but something gentle in between, the kind of air that makes you want to pull a linen robe just a little closer around your shoulders, the kind of air that smells of olive oil from the lamps, and of distant cook fires, and of the dry sweet dust that rises from the earth when the wind passes through. There is a soft wind tonight. There is almost always a soft wind in this place at this hour. It moves through the narrow streets with the patience of something that has no hurry, lifting a corner of a cloth left hanging by a doorway, rustling through the branches of a fig tree that grows up through the stones in a small courtyard just ahead. It carries with it the sound of the city growing quieter, the distant murmur of voices fading, the last few calls of merchants packing up the remnants of their stalls, the far-off lowing of an animal settling down for the night somewhere beyond the walls. Jerusalem breathes at night the way all old, sacred things breathe, deeply, slowly, with the weight of everything they have witnessed pressed gently into every stone and wall and doorway. If you were to press your palm flat against the cool stone of a wall here, you would feel something almost like a heartbeat beneath it, the accumulated heartbeats of every soul who has ever walked these roads, prayed in these squares, rested in these courtyards, all of it absorbed into the stone, held there quietly, given back to you in this still and sacred hour. And it is in this hour, in this gentle darkness, along one of these narrow stone-paved streets, that a small group of people are walking together, not quickly, not with any urgency, but with the slow, unhurried pace of people who have nowhere else to be, and who are deeply comfortable in one another's presence. Their sandals make a soft sound against the stone, a sound like a quiet whisper, like the turning of pages in a very old book. Their robes move around their legs in the night breeze, linen and wool in pale colors, catching the moonlight in soft waves. At the center of this small group, walking neither at the front nor at the back, but simply in the middle, the way that natural centers always arrange themselves, is a man. He is not particularly tall, not particularly striking in the way that stories sometimes try to make him. He is simply present in the way that very few people are truly present, the way that makes you aware of his nearness even before you see him, the way that makes the air around him feel slightly warmer, slightly stiller, as though even the wind pauses a little when it passes him. His name is Jesus, and tonight, in this telling, in this quiet journey, we are taking together through the final peaceful days of his life. He is simply a man walking with his friends through the streets of a sleeping city. He's tired in the way that anyone who has poured himself out for others is tired, not defeated by it, not diminished by it, but holding that tiredness the way an oil lamp holds its flame even as the oil grows low, steadily, gently, with a warmth that doesn't flicker easily. He is speaking to the man beside him as they walk, not in the tone of a teacher, not with any grandeur or performance, but in the soft and easy voice of a friend sharing something quiet at the end of a long day. His words are low enough, but only the one beside him can hear them clearly. And the one beside him is listening with his head tilted slightly, the way you listen when something is being said that you want to carry with you. The others in the group walk nearby, some talking softly among themselves, some walking in comfortable silence, their footsteps a gentle rhythm in the night. They are making their way through the upper part of the city tonight, through streets that are lined with the homes of the more prosperous residents of Jerusalem, homes with walls of pale stone and carved doorways and small gardens visible through iron gates. The gates are all closed now. The house is all quiet and dark except for the warm glow of an oil lamp in an upper window here and there, small golden rectangles of light, and all the surrounding darkness like small promises. The street there on curves gently to the left, and as they round that curve a small square opens up before them, a place where two streets cross, and where a large olive tree grows from a gap between the paving stones, its trunk ancient and gnarled, and its branches spreading wide in all directions. The moon is higher now, and the light falls through the branches of that tree in shifting, overlapping patterns, and the leaves turn silver, and then green, and then silver again as the night breeze moves them. Jesus pauses beneath that tree, just for a moment. He tilts his face upward slightly, and the moonlight falls across his features, and he simply breathes, in and out, quietly, peacefully, as though this moment, this exact moment, standing beneath an ancient olive tree in a quiet square, in a sleeping city, is enough, is more than enough, is everything. One of the disciples, a younger man with a round face and dark eyes, drifts to his side and stands there with him, also looking up through the moving branches at the stars above. They don't speak for a long moment. They just stand together in the quiet, breathing the cool night air, listening to the soft creak and whisper of the olive branches. Then Jesus lowers his gaze and looks at the young man beside him, and he smiles. It is a quiet smile, not a bright one, not a performative one, but the kind of smile that lives in the eyes more than in the mouth, the kind that says, "I see you, and I'm glad you are here," without needing any words at all. The young man smiles back, and they continue walking, and the square falls behind them, and the sound of the olive leaves fading on the breeze is the softest sound in the world. They come, eventually, to the house where they are staying for these few days. A good house, larger than most, belonging to a friend who has opened his doors with quiet generosity and asked for nothing in return. The entrance is low and arched and flanked by two clay pots in which fragrant herbs have been planted, and as they duck through the doorway, the scent of those herbs rises around them. Something like rosemary, something like thyme, something sharp and clean and good. Inside, the house is softly lit with several oil lamps set in niches in the stone walls. The light they cast is warm and amber and steady, not bright enough to disturb anyone's eyes, but warm enough to make the room feel sheltered and close. There are cushions on the floor, worn and soft with use, and low wooden tables, and folded blankets stacked against one wall, and the smell of the evening's bread still lingering in the air, yeasty and warm and deeply comforting. Some of the men settle immediately, sinking gratefully onto cushions with the relieved exhales of people who have been walking for much of the day. Someone fills a clay cup with water from a large jar near the doorway and passes it along, and the sound of water pouring from a vessel in the quiet of a lamp-lit room is one of the most peaceful sounds in the world. Jesus sits among them, cross-legged, on a cushion near the center of the room. He accepts the cup of water when it reaches him, then drinks slowly, and sets it down, and looks around at the faces of the people in the room with an expression of such profound and gentle love that it is almost difficult to describe. It is not dramatic love, not the kind that announces itself, but the deep and quiet kind, the kind that has been built up over years of shared meals and shared roads and shared silences, the kind that knows every face and is glad of every face, the kind that holds nothing back. Someone asks him something softly from across the room, and he answers, and there is quiet laughter from 2 or 3 of the others, the easy laughter of people who are comfortable together, who have developed their own shorthand of shared experience and inside understanding. The laughter fades as naturally as it arose, and the room settles back into its warm and gentle quiet, and somewhere outside the window a cricket begins to sing that ancient and ceaseless song, and the sound of it weaves itself into the lamplight, and the smell of bread, and the warmth of gathered human bodies, until it all becomes one single seamless feeling of peace. The night deepens around them, and one by one the disciples grow quiet. One by one their eyes grow heavy. Heads nod. Conversations trail off into sleepy murmurs, and then into silence. And the oil in the lamps burns, slowly, steadily, casting its amber warmth across sleeping faces, and gently breathing chests, and folded hands. Jesus does not sleep immediately. He never seems to sleep as quickly as the others. He sits for a long while in the lamplight after the room has grown still, and his expression is soft and inward, the expression of a man who is thinking thoughts that go very deep, who is feeling things that are very large, but who is holding them all very gently, the way you would hold something precious and fragile in cupped hands. He looks at the sleeping faces of the men around him, at Simon, whose snoring has already begun, soft and rumbling, and somehow endearing, at the young man with the dark eyes, who is curled on his side with one hand tucked under his cheek like a child, at the others, each one in his particular way of sleeping, each one beloved, each one known completely, and loved without reservation. And Jesus breathes, in and out, and outside the cricket sings, and the city of Jerusalem sighs in its sleep, and the stars will slowly overhead through the dark and ancient sky. In the morning the city wakes slowly, the way all ancient cities wake, gradually, reluctantly, the dark giving way to a deep blue, and then to a violet, and then to a pale rose at the edges of the sky above the rooftops. The first sounds are distant, a rooster somewhere far off across the city, the creak of a wooden door, the splashing of water in a courtyard, and then gradually more sounds layering on top of those first ones. Voices, footsteps, the hum of a day beginning to find its rhythm. Jesus is already awake before any of this, as he often is. He is sitting in the small courtyard behind the house, in the place where the morning light first falls, his back against the warm stone wall, and his knees drawn up slightly, and his hands resting open in his lap. His eyes are closed, and his breathing is very slow and very deep, and the expression on his face is one of complete and utter stillness, the kind of stillness that is not emptiness but fullness, not absence, but the deepest possible presence. The light grows gradually around him, the pale rose at the horizon deepening to gold, the gold spreading up and outward across the sky, the first direct rays falling into the courtyard and finding him there, turning his robe from shadow gray to warm cream, touching his hair and his hands with the ancient golden light. He opens his eyes slowly and looks at the sky, and there is something in his face in this moment, something very quiet and very gentle that makes you feel as though whatever he is feeling, whatever he is thinking, is something too large for words and too real for any kind of performance. He is simply there in that light, in that morning, and it is enough. One of the disciples comes out into the courtyard behind him, still sleep rumpled and squinting in the morning light, and Jesus turns and sees him, and his face opens into that quiet, warm smile again, the one that lives in the eyes. He gestures to the place beside him, and the disciple comes and sits, and they stay there together for a while in the morning stillness, watching the light change on the stone walls across the courtyard, watching a small brown bird hop along the edge of a pot in the corner, and then fly away in a soft flurry of wings. The days that follow have this quality about them, a quality of gentle slowness, of moments that stretch and breathe, of hours that move like honey, thick and golden, and somehow almost still even as they move. Jesus and his disciples walk through the city and the surrounding paths and the nearby gardens with the unhurried ease of people who are not trying to arrive anywhere particular, but who are simply being where they are, fully and completely. They walk the road that descends from the city toward the valley below, a road lined with limestone walls and occasional clusters of fig trees, their branches gnarled and generous. The road is dusty in the dry hours of the day, and the dust rises in small pale clouds around their feet as they walk, catching the light. But in the early morning and the evening the dust settles, and the road feels firm and cool underfoot, and the air around it smells of the rosemary that grows along its edges, and of the dry warmth of sun-baked stone. Jesus walks among his disciples on this road, and he talks sometimes and is quiet sometimes, and both the talking and the silence feel equally full, equally comfortable. When he speaks, it is often in the gentle, image-rich way that he always speaks, with stories about fields and seeds, about women finding lost coins in the corners of their houses and calling their neighbors to celebrate, about fathers and sons and the long road home, about the way a shepherd walks through all the wild hills, searching for one lost sheep, and does not stop until he finds it. And when he finds it, he does not scold it or lecture it, but simply picks it up and carries it home. These stories fall from him the way water falls from a high place, naturally, inevitably, without effort, and they land in the minds of his listeners and spread there the way ripples spread across a still pool, outward and outward, until they reach the edges of things. The disciples walk beside him and listen and think, and sometimes one of them asks a question, something half-formed and searching, and Jesus receives the question as he receives everything, with complete attention, with patience, with the sense that whatever is being offered to him is important simply because it comes from a heart that is honestly trying to understand. His answers are never sharp, never dismissive, never condescending. They are always gentle and warm and somewhat circling, the way truth so often is, reaching you not head on, but from the side, slipping in through a window you didn't know was open. They pass along the road that goes around the base of the Mount of Olives, and here the olive trees are very old, some of them ancient beyond reckoning, their trunks twisted and enormous, their bark silver gray in the light, their branches heavy with small silvery green leaves that flutter and shimmer in the breeze like thousands of small whispering tongues. The light beneath these trees has a quality unlike light anywhere else, filtered and dappled and shifting, moving across the ground in slow, overlapping patterns that breathe with the movement of the branches above. Jesus pauses in this grove, as he often does, and he looks up into the canopy of leaves above him, and the shifting light plays across his face, and for a moment he simply seems to be listening, the way someone listens to music they know very well and love very deeply, hearing something in it that you can feel but not quite name. He reaches out and touches the bark of one of the great old trees, his palm flat against its rough surface, and holds it there for a moment, and then continues walking. The footsteps of the disciples are very soft in this place, in the soft soil between the trees, and the world here feels enclosed and sheltered, and very far from the noise and movement of the city behind them. The only sounds are the gentle rustling of the leaves above, the occasional soft call of a dove somewhere deeper in the grove, and the slow, peaceful rhythm of their own breathing and their own quiet steps. In the evenings they return to the house, to the room with the cushions and the oil lamps, and the smell of bread and warm stone, and they eat together, these men, eating the simple and good food of this place and time, bread broken by hand and passed around, olives and oil, dried fish and herbs, figs both fresh and dried, and occasionally something more elaborate. If the host's household has been generous that day, they eat slowly, and they talk as they eat, the conversation moving among them easily and without destination, shifting from stories of the road to observations about the people they have met to memories of other places and other meals and other evenings exactly like this one. And Jesus eats with them, slowly, peacefully, chewing his bread and accepting the cup that is passed to him, and listening to the conversations around him with that quality of attention that is one of the most remarkable things about him, the sense that whoever is speaking has his complete and undivided awareness, that nothing they say is too small or too ordinary or too strange to receive his full and gentle consideration. After the meal, the lamps burn lower, and the men grow quieter, and the room takes on that particular quality that rooms take on late in the evening when everyone in them is beginning to feel the pull of sleep. Voices soften, sentences shorten, gaps appear between exchanges and grow longer. Heads lean back against the wall, eyes close for a moment, and then open again a little more slowly than before. Jesus sits among them in these moments, and there is something about the way he is present in a room of people who are drifting towards sleep that is almost like a lullaby itself. His stillness deepens the stillness around him. His quiet breathing seems to invite quieter breathing from everyone nearby. The warmth he carries seems to settle over the room like a blanket, and one by one the disciples give themselves over to sleep, some of them right there on the cushions, curled and comfortable, some of them making their way to the small inner rooms where pallets have been prepared, and Jesus stays awake a little longer, as he always does, and holds this quiet room full of sleeping people in his gaze with something that can only be called tenderness. A tenderness that is not soft in the sense of being weak, but soft in the sense of being without any hardness, without any edge, without any withholding. A tenderness that holds nothing but can asks nothing in return. There is one evening that is different from the others, not dramatically different, not overwhelmingly so, but different in the way that the last of something always carries within it the quality of the last, a slight deepening, a slight slowing, as though the moment itself knows what it is and is asking to be felt more completely. The room has been prepared with more care than usual. The low tables have been cleared and set with more intentionality, with larger lamps, with more generous portions of the things they often eat. The room is warm from the lamps and from the gathered warmth of several bodies in a small stone space, and the smell of warm bread is stronger than usual. And there is wine tonight, good wine, darker and richer than the everyday kind, in a clay vessel that has been brought up from somewhere below. They gather around the table slowly, the disciples finding their usual places with the ease of people who have eaten together many times before, settling into their familiar proximities, leaning toward their particular companions, the subgroupings and friendships within the larger group arranging themselves naturally and without discussion. Jesus sits at the center, as he almost always does without intending to, without claiming it, simply gravitating there the way that natural centers always do. He looks around at the faces in the lamplight, and there is something in his expression that is slightly different from the usual evenings, something slightly more present, slightly more intentional, as though he is consciously trying to hold this moment, to see each face with particular care, to feel the warmth of this room and these people in a way that goes deeper than ordinary feeling. He is quiet for a moment before anyone begins to eat, and the others sense something in his quiet and go quiet themselves, not nervously, not with any sense of foreboding, but with a kind of respectful attentiveness. The way you go quiet when you sense that someone you love has something they need to say, and he speaks, and his voice is very low and very warm, the lowest and warmest it gets, the voice he uses late at night when the crowds have gone, and there are only the people he is closest to, and no performance left in anything. He says that he has wanted very much to eat this meal with them, just this, quietly, simply, that he has looked forward to this evening, to this bread and this wine, and these faces and this lamplight. There is nothing else he would rather be doing than exactly this, and something passes through the room like a slow, warm current, something that is felt more than understood, something that settles behind the sternum and stays there, quiet, still, and large. The disciples receive these words in their different ways, some of them nodding, some of them looking down, some of them smiling the small and somewhat helpless smiles of people who are feeling something they don't have words for. And then Jesus takes the bread and he lifts it in his hands, and for a moment he simply holds it, this ordinary loaf of bread, this thing that human hands have made from grain and water and effort and the warmth of a fire, this most basic and universal of human foods. He holds it as though it is the most important thing in the world, which perhaps in this moment it is. He gives thanks for it in a voice so quiet it is barely above a whisper, a prayer flowing from him with the ease of something that has been said 10,000 times, and is said again not from habit, but from genuine and deep gratitude, and he breaks it. And the sound of that breaking is very soft in the quiet room, and the smell of the fresh interior of the bread is warm and yeasty, and rises gently into the lamp-warmed air, and he passes it to the man beside him, who takes it carefully, reverently, and passes it along, and it moves from hand to hand around the table, each man tearing his portion from the loaf, the bread warm and soft in their hands, the simple and profound act of sharing food making them, in that moment, as close as people can be. He takes the cup of wine and does the same, lifting it, holding it in the lamplight, giving thanks in that same quiet voice, passing it around, and each man drinks from it and passes it on, and the cup makes its slow circle in the warm room and comes back to Jesus, who holds it again for a moment before setting it gently back on the table, and they eat slowly, quietly, with a reverence that is not forced or performed, but that rises naturally from something in the air of the room, something in the quality of Jesus' presence at the center of them, something in the way he eats his bread and drinks his wine with such complete and unhurried attention, as though each bite and each sip is being received as a gift, as though the simple fact of having a body that can taste and feel and be nourished is a thing worth pausing over, worth appreciating fully, and without rushing. The conversation around the table is softer than usual, more reflective, more searching. Someone speaks about gratitude, and someone else about belonging, about what it means to have found these people in this place, to have walked these roads together, to have shared these years of dusty paths, and long conversations, and lakesides at dawn and hillsides at dusk. There is in all of it a quality of looking back, of holding things up to the light to see them clearly, of saying what is true and important before the night is over. And Jesus listens to all of it and contributes to all of it in his gentle way. And several times he says things that are so simple they seem almost too simple until they land somewhere inside you, and you realize they are not simple at all, but are among the truest things that have ever been said. He talks about love, not abstract love, not theoretical love, but the ordinary daily practice of it, the choosing again and again to be patient and generous and attentive to the person in front of you, the choosing again and again to see other people as fully real and fully important, as worthy of your time and your care and your genuine presence. He says that this is enough, that this, exactly this, the bread and the wine and the table, and the faces lit by oil lamps, and the warm, imperfect companionship of people who have genuinely tried to love each other is exactly what life is for, is the whole point, is the thing beneath all the other things. The meal lasts a long time, in the way that the best meals always last a long time, not because the food is abundant or the wine is plentiful, but because no one wants it to end, because everyone in the room can feel, without knowing exactly why, that this particular evening is one to be stretched and held and inhabited as fully as possible for as long as possible. But eventually the last of the bread is eaten, and the cup is empty, and the lamps have burned lower, and the night outside has deepened into that particular darkness that comes in the very middle of the night, the darkest and quietest part, the part where even the city has stopped its last murmurings and given itself over entirely to sleep. They rise slowly from the table, these men, with the reluctance of people who know that rising means the evening is over, that standing means moving toward the door and through it, and into the night that waits beyond. They fold their robes around them against the chill that has deepened in the last hours. One of them takes a small oil lamp to carry with them into the darkness outside, and then they go out. Through the low arched doorway with its flanking herb pots, the scent of rosemary and thyme rising sharp and clean around them as they pass into the cool and starry night. Their sandals soft on the stone road, their breath visible in small white clouds in the cold air, walking together, closely, companionably, through the silent and sleeping city. The road takes them down through the dark streets, their lamp casting a small warm circle of moving light around their feet. The rest of the world in the deep silver blue dark of the late night moon and stars. They move through the city quietly, their voices low if they speak at all, their footsteps the quietest sound, the soft continuous brushing of leather on stone. They pass through a city gate that stands open all night, the stone arch of it massive and old above them, worn smooth at shoulder height by 10,000 passing hands that have touched it over the years. And then they are outside the city walls, on the path that descends into the valley, and then climbs again toward the Mount of Olives, and the sounds of the city fall away behind them, and the sounds of the night take over. Crickets, the ancient, patient song of crickets everywhere in the grasses and bushes along the path, singing their one note, and then another and another, weaving a continuous soft tapestry of sound that seems as old as the night itself. The wind moves through the olive trees above the path, a sound like very quiet breathing, a sound like the peaceful turning of pages. Somewhere far off, an owl calls once and then is silent. The path climbs and the men climb with it, their breath a little deeper now from the effort, their bodies warm despite the cool air. They enter the olive grove through a low gate, a simple thing of old wood held together with leather ties that creaks softly as they pass through it, and swings close behind them. The grove closes around them, the ancient trees standing on all sides in the moonlight, their trunks pale and dark by turns, their branches interlacing overhead into a canopy through which the stars appear in irregular patches, bright and still. The ground here is soft with years of fallen leaves, soft and giving underfoot, and the smell of it is rich and earthy, the good smell of deep old soil and living roots, and the accumulated organic sweetness of many seasons. The men slow here, as though the grove itself asks for a slower pace, as though something in the quality of this place invites a more deliberate, more conscious way of moving. Jesus pauses at a place in the grove that he has paused at before, a place where the trees are particularly old, particularly large, where a flat-topped rock provides a place to sit or to kneel. He looks at his disciples with great gentleness and asks them to rest here, to wait here, to sleep if they can. The disciples find their places among the roots and rocks of the grove with the ease of tired bodies that are grateful for rest. They fold their robes around themselves and lean against the old trunks of the olive trees and close their eyes, and the night holds them there, warm and sheltered and still. And almost immediately you can hear in the quality of their breathing the descent into sleep, the slowing, the deepening, the release. Jesus moves a little further into the grove, deeper among the trees, to a place where the moonlight falls through a gap in the canopy in a broad silver column, turning the ground beneath it to something that looks like water, shifting and still at once. He kneels there, in that light, on that soft ground, and the gesture of kneeling is not dramatic, not theatrical, but simply natural, the way you might kneel to look more closely at something that matters to you, or to pick up something you have dropped, or to bring yourself to the level of a child who needs to be spoken to gently. He kneels, and he bows his head, and he begins to pray. And the prayer that flows from him in this moment is not a loud prayer, not a formal prayer, not the kind of prayer that performs its own urgency. It is a quiet prayer, almost inaudible, the kind that is mostly breath and intention, that is more feeling than words, that rises from him into the cool, dark air of the grove the way smoke rises from a fire, slowly, steadily, without destination, simply ascending. He is speaking to someone in this prayer, to someone who feels very close even in this quiet darkness, very near, as present as the soft wind in the olive branches, as real as the moonlight on the ancient ground. He is speaking the way you speak to someone you trust completely and have always trusted, with complete honesty, with complete vulnerability, holding nothing back, because there is nothing to protect in this relationship, nothing to maintain or defend or present in any particular way. His voice is so low that it barely disturbs the air around him, and the crickets continue their patient singing, and the wind continues its gentle movement through the leaves above, and somewhere a dove stirs in its sleeping place in the branches and is still again. There is something in the quality of his prayer, something in the way his shoulders settle as he continues, in the way his breathing gradually slows and deepens, that speaks of a peace that is being found rather than that is already there, a peace that he is moving toward rather than beginning with, that is being given to him gradually through the act of surrender, through the choice again and again to release what is heavy and receive what is being offered. And gradually, as the prayer continues, as the minutes pass slowly in the moonlit grove with its sleeping disciples and its patient trees, that peace seems to settle around him the way dew settles on a garden in the last hours before dawn, quietly, imperceptibly, molecule by molecule, until suddenly you become aware that everything is wet with it, that it is everywhere, that the air itself is saturated with it. He stays there for a long while in the grove, in the moonlight, in that prayer that is more breath than words, more presence than performance. The disciples sleep nearby with the particular abandon of people who are tired all the way to their bones, their breathing deep and regular, their faces relaxed into the smoothness of genuine sleep. The olive trees stand above everything, patient and ancient, and utterly still between the movements of the breeze, holding the grove in their old embrace. The night in this place has the quality of something very sacred and very quiet. The kind of sacredness that doesn't announce itself, but that you feel in your chest, a slight expansiveness, a slight opening, as though your heart is a room and a window in it has been gently opened, letting in something cool and clean and very old. And if you were there, standing very quietly at the edge of that grove, you would be aware of something that is very difficult to name, something that has to do with the presence of this man in this moment, in this place. The combination of his complete humanity, his tiredness, his love, his willingness to feel everything fully and hold it all gently, and something beyond all of that, something that the night itself seems to recognize, something that the old trees seem to lean towards slightly, something that the very stars above seem to reflect in their particular brightness. You would feel standing there in the cool and fragrant dark that something important is happening, not loudly, not dramatically, not with any of the markers that the human mind usually uses to identify importance, but deeply and truly, and in ways that will unfold slowly over years and centuries, like a seed that needs a very long time to become the tree it already is in potential. And then you would breathe slowly and deeply, because the air of this place invites deep breathing, and you would let your shoulders drop, and you would feel the softer earth beneath your feet, and the cool air on your skin, and the ancient presence of the olive trees around you. And you would think that whatever is happening here, whatever this moment is and means, it is happening gently. It is happening peacefully. It is happening in the dark and the quiet and the stillness, which is so often where the most important things happen. The hours pass, as hours always pass in the deep night, slowly, and then all at once, the darkness thinning almost imperceptibly at first at the edges of the sky, the very deepest black becoming something slightly less than black, the stars at the horizon beginning to dim, the air beginning to shift in the way that air always shifts an hour before dawn, as though the world itself takes a long, slow breath and turns from one thing toward another. And in this turning hour, in this liminal between dark and light time that has always felt sacred and uncertain and full of possibility, Jesus rises slowly from his kneeling place and straightens and stands in the grove in the last of the moonlight, and he looks at the sleeping figures of his disciples with that expression of deep and bottomless love that is perhaps the most constant thing about him, the thing that never changes no matter what else changes, the love that is simply there the way the sky is simply there, encompassing and vast and not contingent on anything. He goes to them quietly, stepping carefully to avoid waking them, and he stands near each of them for a moment, this sleeping man and that one, looking at each face with a particular attentiveness, seeing each person fully, even in their sleep, even when they are completely unaware of being seen. And then he sits down near them, among them, on the soft ground of the grove, with his back against one of the great old olive trees, and he breathes, and the darkness continues its slow transformation into something lighter, and the birds begin, one voice, and then two, and then a small chorus weaving itself through the cooling air, and the day that comes next comes slowly, gently, as all days do when you are very still and very present to the arriving of it. We need not follow every moment of what comes after. The story is old and known, and it carries its own weight, and this telling has been concerned with something different from the telling of events. It has been concerned with the texture of this time, the way it felt to be there, the smell of the air, and the sound of the leaves, and the warmth of the lamplight, and the look on a man's face as he broke bread with the people he loved. What we know, what this telling wants to rest on, is the quality of peace that ran underneath everything in these final days, like a deep and underground river, always there even when the surface of things was moving and troubled, always feeding everything that grew from it, always flowing in its own direction regardless of what passed above it. Jesus carried this peace the way he carried everything, not as a performance, not as a proof of anything, but simply as a fact of who he was and what he had found to be true, a peace that had been tested against great difficulty and found to hold, a peace that was not the peace of someone who has never known uncertainty or loss, or the particular loneliness of feeling alone in a crowd, but the peace of someone who has known all of those things and has found, beneath all of them, something that does not move, something that holds, something that remains when everything else has been questioned or taken or let go. It is this peace that the disciples carried with them after these days, that they felt in their chests when they sat with the memory of those evenings in the lamplight, those mornings in the courtyard, those walks through the olive grove in the blue cool hour, before the sun rose all the way. It is this peace that thousands and thousands of people across thousands of years have felt when they have sat quietly and held in their awareness the image of this man, this remarkably human and remarkably present man, walking through the dusty roads of an ancient city with a group of tired and imperfect and beloved friends. And it is this peace that is here with you now, in this room, in this stillness, in this moment when the day is done and the world outside is quiet and all that remains is the gentle darkness and the sound of your own breathing and a soft awareness that you are safe, that you are held, that there is nothing required of you in this hour but to breathe and to rest and to let the day go the way the evening lets the light go, gradually, without struggle, with the slow and graceful surrender that is the most natural thing in the world. Think of that room with the oil lamps, the amber warmth of them, the way the light moves very slowly on the stone walls, the way the smell of warm bread is still in the air, even after the meal is over, the way the cushions are soft and the folded blankets within reach, and the sound of the other people breathing nearby is a sound that means you are not alone, that you are among people who know you and love you, that you are in exactly the right place. Think of the olive grove in the quiet hours of the night, the soft ground beneath you, the ancient trees standing around you like patient guardians, the moonlight filtering through the canopy of leaves in its shifting and beautiful patterns, the sound of the crickets weaving their endless song around you, the smell of the earth and the old roots and the clean, cool air moving through the branches. Think of the road through the sleeping city in the deep hours after midnight, the smooth, pale stones underfoot, the warm light of a small lamp moving through the darkness, the sound of your own sandals very soft in the silent streets, the stars overhead brilliant and close, the whole world quiet and resting and giving itself over to the deep and necessary darkness. Let these places be where you are right now. Let the warmth of the lamplight be the warmth of wherever you are resting. Let the smell of bread and cedar and olive oil and warm stone be something you can almost sense in the air around you. Let the sound of the olive leaves in the night breeze be something you can almost hear, a sound that is really the sound of your own breathing, slow and deep and even. Let the presence of that man, that deeply human, deeply peaceful, deeply loving man, be something that you carry in your chest right now, not as an idea, not as a theology, not as anything that requires thinking about or understanding, but simply as a feeling, a warmth, a quiet, steady companionship that does not ask anything of you, that does not require you to perform or explain or be anything other than exactly what you are, because this is what he offered in every room and on every road and in every conversation. Whether the conversation was important or mundane, whether the person he was speaking to was someone important or someone everyone else overlooked, he offered exactly this, complete and unconditional presence, the kind of love that sees you fully and loves you fully and asks only that you rest in it, the way a tired traveler rests when they have finally come home after a very long road. And you're home now. You're in the quiet, in the dark, in the warmth and safety of a place that is yours. The road is behind you. The day is finished. The meal is done. The conversations have reached their natural end. All that remains is the deep and welcoming dark and the sound of your own breathing, the soft awareness of your own body resting and releasing and letting go of everything it has been carrying. Let your shoulders drop just a little further. Let your hands become heavy on whatever surface they are resting on. Let your breath slow to that deep and easeful rhythm that your body knows without instruction, that ancient rhythm of in and out, of receiving and releasing, of the tide moving gently in, then gently back, endlessly and without effort. The stars are very bright tonight above the old city. They are always very bright above old places that have held many prayers and many sleeping people and many lamps burning quietly in the dark. They have been there through every night that has ever happened, patient and brilliant and entirely indifferent to time, and they will be there tomorrow night and the night after that, and every night that follows, and beneath them the world will sleep and dream and breathe and begin again. But right now there is no tomorrow and no beginning again. Right now there is only this moment, this very particular and unrepeatable moment, this breath and this quiet and this gathering darkness and this warmth. There is only the slow drift of your awareness, the way it moves, the way water moves, when it is very still, in almost imperceptible currents, barely moving at all, and then more still, and then more still. Think of Jesus walking through the olive grove in the early morning light, when the grove is full of that particular quality of pale gold light that comes in the first hour after dawn, when everything is very quiet, and the dew is still on the ground, and the birds have begun their morning conversations in the highest branches. He walks slowly through this light, his sandals leaving soft prints in the damp soil, his robe catching the light and holding it for a moment before releasing it again as he moves. He pauses beside one of the great old trees and places his hand on its trunk and feels the roughness of the bark and the solidity beneath it, the deep and patient aliveness of a thing that has been growing for centuries and will continue growing long after every person who sees it now has been forgotten. He feels something in this contact with the old tree, something grounding and large, some reminder of the scale of things, of the deep and patient rhythms that underlie all the smaller, faster rhythms of human life. He walks on, through the grove, and then out along the path that descends into the valley, where the morning light fills everything with a clear and simple gold, where the grasses along the path are still holding their dew like tiny mirrors reflecting the brightening sky, where the air smells of the morning and of the earth and of something clean and new that is always there in the first hour of any day. If you are quiet enough to notice it, he walks and he thinks, and his thoughts move through him the way the light moves through the leaves, in shifting patterns, some areas bright and some in shadow, some things clear and some things still forming, still becoming clear. He holds his thoughts gently, not grasping at the ones he would prefer to hold on to, not pushing away the ones that are harder, but simply allowing all of them to move through him at their own pace, trusting that what needs to settle will settle, and what needs to rise will rise, and what needs to be released will find its own way out. And as he walks, something in him grows quieter, and quieter still, until the thinking itself becomes less like thinking, and more like simply being, more like the awareness of the path beneath his feet, and the air on his skin, and the sound of his own breathing, and the sound of the morning birds, and the feeling of the early sun on the top of his head, warm and golden and generous. He stops, finally, where the path crests a small hill and opens out onto a view of the whole valley spread below, the city of Jerusalem on the hills opposite, the pale gold stone of its walls catching the morning light, the morning smoke of its first cook fires rising in thin white lines into the clear air above it. The whole seemed peaceful and ancient and almost impossibly beautiful in the morning light. He stands there for a long while, looking at the city, and whatever he is feeling in this moment is something very large and very quiet and very gentle. There is love in it, obviously, the deep and encompassing love that is the most constant thing about him. And there is also something like acceptance, something like the peace that comes when you have stopped fighting against what is, when you have laid down the last of your resistance and found that beneath the resistance there is something solid and good and completely trustworthy. He looks at the city in the morning light and breathes, and the day opens up around him, and somewhere behind him in the grove the disciples are beginning to stir, and somewhere in the valley below a dog barks twice, and then it is quiet, and the morning continues its unhurried arrival, golden and good and new. This is the quality of these days. This is the texture of them. This is what it would have felt like to be there, to walk these roads and sit at these tables and rest in these groves, not grand, not theatrical, not overwhelming in any way, but quietly and profoundly real, the way all the most important things are quietly and profoundly real, the way you realize in retrospect that the moments you will carry longest are not the big dramatic ones, but the small ones, the ordinary ones, the ones where you are simply fully present with someone you loved in a place that felt safe and warm. A cup of wine passed around a table in the lamplight, the sound of bread being broken, the soft footsteps of sandals on ancient stone, the feeling of olive bark rough under your palm, the particular quality of silence in a grove of old trees in the middle of the night. the warmth of a sleeping room full of people who love each other, the stars above the sleeping city, patient and brilliant and endlessly there. These are the things that stay. These quiet things, these ordinary sacred things, and they stay because they are real, because they are made of love and attention and presence, because they are made of the decision, made again and again by a man walking dusty roads with tired feet and an open heart to be completely and truly here, to not withhold anything, to not protect himself from the cost of being fully alive and fully present in a world that is beautiful and difficult and temporary and worthy of every bit of love you have to give. Let yourself receive that love now, the quiet, steady, unconditional love that this story is full of, that its central figure carried in every room he entered, that his presence made available to everyone around him simply by the fact of how he was in the world. Let it be yours in this moment, this warmth, this quality of being fully seen and fully accepted and fully loved, exactly as you are, exactly where you are, in this breath and this moment, this quiet and this dark. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't have to earn it or explain it or understand it or even believe in it in any particular theological way. You can simply feel it the way you feel warm, by being near it, by letting it reach you, by relaxing enough to stop blocking it out. And you are already very relaxed now. Your body knows that. It has been sinking deeper and deeper into rest this whole time. Each slow breath releasing a little more of the tension of the day. Each moment of this ancient and peaceful story carrying you a little further from the noise and urgency of everything that doesn't matter right now. A little deeper into this quiet, this warmth, this safety. The room in Jerusalem has grown completely quiet. The last lamp has burned very low, its flame a small and steady golden point in the darkness, casting almost no light, but still there, still warm, the last breath of the evening's brightness before the night fully takes over. The disciples are all deeply asleep, their breathing rising and falling in the deep unconscious rhythm of people who have surrendered entirely to rest, whose bodies have taken over completely and are doing the ancient and necessary work of restoration and repair and renewal that bodies know how to do when you give them the quiet and the dark they need. Jesus is the only one still awake, the only one still holding his awareness gently in the deepening silence of the room, and he sits with his back against the cool stone wall, and his hands resting open in his lap, and his eyes open in the near dark, and he is at peace in a way that is absolute, not because everything is easy, not because he is not carrying difficult things, but because beneath everything he is carrying, beneath all of it, there is something that does not waver, something that is simply there, reliable and vast and full, the way the sea is full even when the tide is out. He breathes in and out, and the small flame of the last lamp breathes with him, rising slightly when he breathes in, settling when he breathes out. A small and wordless conversation between a man and a flame in a quiet room in an ancient city in the deep and sacred middle of the night. And if you were there, if you could be there in that room, in that darkness, in that quiet, breathing the air of cedar and olive oil and warm stone and the lingering ghost of the evening's bread, you would feel something that is very difficult to describe, but that is also somehow completely familiar. You would feel safe in the deepest possible way. Safe not because nothing difficult is happening or will happen, but safe in the way that only truth can make you safe. Safe in the way that love makes you safe when it is real and unconditional and asks nothing back. Safe in the way that the deep night makes you safe when you are warm and resting. The world outside is held at its proper distance. You would feel as though you had come home after a very long journey, as though you had been walking for a long time on a hard road and had finally come to the place where you can put down everything you have been carrying, where you can take off your sandals and set them by the door, where someone who loves you completely is already there, already welcoming, already at peace, already making space for you in the warm and quiet and lamplit room. This is what this story is, not history, not theology, not a lesson or a sermon or a performance, but a home, a place you can always come back to when the day has been long and the road has been hard, and the only thing you need is the warmth of a lamp and the smell of bread and the quiet breathing of people who love you and the sense that you are safe and held and completely, unconditionally welcome. Come into that room. Bring your tired body, your full mind, your complicated day, your unfinished thoughts, your half-processed feelings. Bring all of it, because it is all welcome. Because the welcome here is not conditional on any of it. Because the man who sits in the corner by the fading lamp is looking at you with that expression of deep and steady love that does not require you to be anything other than what you are. Just breathe. Just breathe and let the room hold you. The oil in the last lamp is nearly spent now. The flame is very small, very gentle, a tiny golden moth of light that trembles slightly with each breath in the room, but does not go out. It will burn for a little while longer, this small remaining light, for as long as it needs to, for as long as anyone needs the comfort of its presence. And outside, the city is in its deepest sleep, every house dark and still, every street empty and quiet, every inhabitant wrapped in their darkness and their dreaming, each one moving through the unmapped interior landscapes of their own sleep, their own restoration, their own particular journey through the dark that leads inevitably back to the light. The stars above have moved through their slow arc across the sky. The night is now deep into the second half of itself, the half that belongs entirely to sleep, into the quiet work of the hours before dawn. The wind has died to almost nothing, the barest breath of air moving through the city, just enough to stir the flame of one lamp in one upper window of one house on one quiet street, where a small group of people are sleeping deeply around a fading light and dreaming whatever it is that people dream in places where they feel completely safe. Let your own breathing become that gentle. Let your own mind become that quiet, that still, that softly, and completely given over to the rest that your body and your spirit need. Let the story that has been carrying you here continue to carry you, not with any more words, not with any more images or sounds or descriptions, but simply as a presence, as a warmth, as a quality of peace that stays with you even as the words fade, even as the room fades, even as everything fades into the comfortable and welcoming dark of deep, healing sleep There is nothing you need to do now, nothing you need to think about, nothing you need to resolve or decide or remember. The things of tomorrow will be there tomorrow, and tomorrow's you will be rested and ready for them in a way that tonight's you cannot be. The kindest thing you can do for yourself and for everyone who will encounter you tomorrow is to give yourself over completely to this rest, this quiet, this dark, this peace. Let your mind grow very still, the way water grows still when the wind has gone. Let the surface of your thoughts become smooth and flat and mirror-like, reflecting nothing, distorting nothing, simply being still. Think of the olive trees. If any thought comes, let it be the olive trees, the ancient ones in the grove outside the city, standing in the dark and the quiet, their roots going very deep into the old and patient earth, their branches holding the night air gently, their leaves silver and still now that the wind has faded. They have been standing there through every night that has ever happened in this place, through every prayer and every sleeping figure and every fading lamp and every slow and patient dawn. And they will be standing there tomorrow morning when the light returns, exactly as they are, rooted and ancient and at peace. You are as rooted as those trees right now, as still, as deep, as patient, as held by the earth beneath you, and the dark around you, and the warmth that covers you, and the quiet that holds you like hands, like the old and gentle hands of something that has been watching over sleeping people for as long as there have been sleeping people, something patient and loving and utterly trustworthy. Sleep now. Sleep deeply and well and completely. Sleep the way the disciples sleep in the lamplight room, with the ease of people who are truly tired and truly safe and truly loved. Sleep the way the city sleeps, all at once and without reservation, given over entirely to the ancient and reliable dark. Sleep the way the olive trees stand, rooted and still and unhurried, and completely at peace with the night. Let each breath carry you deeper, a little deeper with each slow exhale, a little quieter, a little stiller, a little further from the surface of things, and deeper into the good warm center where rest lives, where peace lives, where the ancient and patient quiet lives that is always there beneath everything, always waiting for you, always with its door open and its lamp lit and its cushion soft and its air warm and its welcome unconditional. The story is not over. Stories like this one are never truly over. They continue in the dark. They continue in the quiet. They continue in the breathing of sleeping people in warm rooms all over the world, in every time and every place where someone has laid down the weight of their day and given themselves over to the great and healing mystery of sleep. And you are one of those sleeping people now, or nearly so, very nearly so. Your eyes are heavy and your body is heavy, and your mind is growing quieter and quieter still, the thoughts becoming less like thoughts and more like the memory of thoughts, less like words and more like the feeling beneath words, less like anything at all and more like simply this breath, this quiet, this warmth, this peace. Jesus walks in the olive grove in the early morning light, and the light falls through the leaves, and the world is very still and very beautiful, and the day is beginning its slow and golden unfolding. and everything is exactly as it needs to be, and nothing more is asked of you than this: to be here, to breathe, to rest, to let the night do what the night knows how to do. The lamp in the room is out now. The oil is spent, and the small flame has faded, and the room is dark, gently, completely dark. And in the dark, the breathing of sleeping people is the only sound, slow and deep and even and beautiful. The most peaceful sound in the world. The sound of people who are safe and loved and resting completely. And you are among them. You are one of them. Your breathing joining theirs in the great and quiet chorus of all the sleeping people in all the sleeping places everywhere. All of you resting under the same patient stars. All of you held in the same gentle dark. All of you letting go of the same weight. All of you receiving the same gift of rest. Sleep now. Rest now. Be still now. Be at peace. The night is long and the night is good. There is nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. Only this. Only this. Only the quiet. Only the dark. Only the breath. Only the peace. Only the peace. Only the peace. have been walking for a long time. You may not remember exactly how long. Time has a way of softening at the edges when you are tired, truly tired, the kind of tired that lives in your bones, in the quiet space behind your eyes, in the gentle heaviness of your shoulders. But you've been walking, and now, at last, through the trees, through the falling light, and the gray drifting curtains of winter rain, you can see it. A cabin. It is exactly as you remembered it, or perhaps exactly as you always hoped it would be. It sits low and solid among the pines, a small, sturdy shape of dark wood and stone, half buried in the slow accumulation of snow that has been falling quietly and without rush for most of the afternoon. The roof carries a thick white blanket of it. The eaves drip slowly where the snow meets the warmth breathing from inside. The window, that single amber window, glows at light, that warm, deep, honeyed light from inside the cabin. It pulls you forward through the last few steps, through the crunch of snow beneath your boots, through the cold that presses gently against your cheeks, your nose, the backs of your hands. The wind moves through the pine branches above you with a long, low sound, not frightening, not sharp, just the breath of the mountain, doing what it has always done, long before you arrived, and long after. It moves the snow in slow spirals around the dark trunks of the trees. It carries the smell of pine resin and cold stone, and something deeper, something ancient about winter itself. But you are almost there. 3 more steps. 2, 1. Your hand finds the wooden railing of the small porch, and you feel the rough grain of it through your glove. The boards of the porch creak softly beneath your weight, a familiar sound, a welcoming sound, the sound of a structure that has held many winters and holds this one without complaint. Snow has gathered along the edges of the porch in smooth, rounded drifts. The wind catches the edge of the roof and makes a low, musical moan, not threatening, just present, just the voice of the storm speaking to the wood. You stand for a moment at the door. You are here. You reach for the handle, cool iron, slightly rough with age, and you push, and the door opens, and the warmth comes out to meet you. It comes first as a feeling rather than a temperature, something that wraps around your face and your chest and your tired hands. The air inside the cabin is warm and still, and it smells of wood smoke and cedar and something faintly sweet, maybe pine sap, maybe old wood that has been warmed 1,000 times over. It is a smell that asks nothing of you. It simply is, and it is good. You step inside. You close the door behind you. The sound of the wind drops immediately, not to nothing, because you can still hear it pressing against the walls, murmuring against the window panes, moving through the trees just outside. But it is distant now. It is on the other side of something thick and solid and safe. The cabin walls are heavy logs, each one fitted snugly against the next, chinked with pale material that seals out the cold. The floor beneath your boots is wide pine planking, worn smooth by years of slow use, honey-colored in some places and dark with age in others. You are inside. You are safe. The storm can do what it likes out there, and it will. The snow will keep falling. The wind will keep moving. The trees will keep swaying. But none of that has anything to do with you now. Not tonight. Take a breath. Take a slow, easy breath. Let the warm air fill your chest. Feel it travel down into you, unhurried, and then let it go. Let your shoulders drop a little. Let your jaw unclench. If it was clenching without you noticing, it often does. In the cold, in the effort of getting somewhere, let your hands open. There you go. You are here. You are safe here. The room you have stepped into is small and simple and perfect. To your left, against the far wall, is the fireplace. It is already lit. Of course it is, of course. And the fire inside it is not a roaring, blazing thing. It is a settled fire, a fire that has been burning for a while and has found its comfortable rhythm. The logs inside are dark with heat, glowing deep orange and red at their cores, and small flames move along their surfaces in slow, easy patterns. They shift and lean and reach upward in gentle, unhurried arcs. They are doing exactly what they should be doing, without effort, without drama, just burning slowly and warmly, the way a good fire does on a cold night. The light the fire makes fills the room with amber. Everything in here is amber. The walls, the low ceiling with its visible beams, the rug on the floor, a thick, woven rug in shades of rust and cream and faded red, the armchair near the fireplace, the small wooden table, the bookshelf along the near wall, its shelves holding their quiet, familiar weight of old paperbacks and worn hardcovers. Everything is amber and warm and very, very still, except the fire. The fire moves, slowly, gently, in its own quiet dance. You stand for a moment just inside the door, taking it all in, letting your eyes rest on it, letting your body begin to understand that it no longer needs to work, no longer needs to push forward or press on or hold itself ready. You are not going anywhere else tonight. There is nowhere else to go. This is it. This is the place. You are safe here. You begin to take off your coat. It is heavy, heavy with the cold it absorbed outside, heavy with the faint dampness of snow, heavy with the weight of the journey here. You work at the zip, slowly, your fingers warming with each second. The zip comes down, and you shrug the coat from your shoulders, and it feels like setting something down you have been carrying for a very long time. You hang it on the hook beside the door. There is a row of hooks there, old iron hooks set into a wooden board, the kind that have held coats and scarves and hats through many seasons. Your coat hangs there now, and it drips a little on the floor mat, and that is fine. Your scarf comes off next, unwinding slowly from your neck, and the air of the room meets your skin there, and it is warm. Your boots. You sit on the small bench near the door, pine, a little rough, but solid, and you unlace your boots, first one, then the other. Each one comes off with a soft thud on the mat. You set them neatly side by side. Your feet, in their thick socks, feel the floor through the boards, and even that small contact with the solid, warm floor of this cabin is a comfort. You press your feet gently against the boards and feel the evenness of them, the slight give and warmth of old wood that has been heated from within. You are in your socks now. You are inside. The fire is burning. You are safe here. You move toward the fireplace. The rug meets your feet as you cross the room, and even through your socks you can feel the difference. The soft, dense fibers of it under you, the way it gives a little with each step. You move without hurry. There's no hurry here. The fire does not care when you arrive in front of it. The cabin does not notice whether you take 3 seconds or 3 minutes to cross the room. Everything here moves at the pace of warmth, which is slow, which is patient, which is kind. You reach the armchair. It is a deep armchair, slightly worn at the arms, covered in fabric, the color of dark forest green, or perhaps heathered brown. The firelight makes the exact color uncertain, and it does not matter. What matters is the depth of it when you lower yourself in. What matters is the way the cushions receive you, not perfectly, not like something new, but like something that has shaped itself over time to the general shape of rest. The chair is the kind that holds you slightly, that offers you its sides as well as its seat. You sit down, you sink back, you let the chair take your weight, and for a moment, you simply sit there in front of the fire, and you breathe, and you look at the flames, and you are grateful to be here, even if you cannot quite say why, even if the gratitude has no object, is just a warmth in the chest that has nothing to do with the fire and everything to do with being. Finally, still, there is a small table beside the chair. On it, there is a mug. You had not noticed it before, but there it is, a ceramic mug, wide and plain, in some earthy glaze that catches the firelight and holds it. It is warm when you reach for it, not too hot, just warm enough that your hands, still faintly cool from the outside, feel the heat of it like a small gift. You wrap both hands around it and lift it and breathe in the steam that rises from it. Tea or coffee, whatever you prefer. It is here, it is warm, it smells of exactly the right thing. If it is tea, it is something earthy and quiet, something that asks nothing complicated of the tongue. If it is coffee, it is soft and dark and not bitter, the kind that sits warmly in the chest. You bring it to your lips and take the smallest sip, and the warmth travels down your throat and into you, spreading slowly, the way warmth does when it is unhurried and kind. You hold the mug in your lap. You look at the fire. The fire looks back at you. Outside, the wind pushes against the cabin walls, and the cabin does not move. The snow falls in the darkness beyond the window, quietly, steadily, without end. The trees stand in it, their dark branches carrying their white weight. The mountain is somewhere above, enormous, and still, and untroubled. The storm is doing its slow, ancient work, and none of it touches you in here. You are warm. You are safe. You can rest. Let's stay here for a while. There is no reason to move quickly through this. There is no destination waiting on the other side of this moment. The only thing waiting is sleep. Comfortable, genuine, restorative sleep. And it will come when it comes, not from rushing, but from exactly this, from sitting in the warmth, from listening to the fire, from letting your body slow down and your mind soften and your breath deepen until it feels less like breathing and more like floating. So let's stay. Let's be here in this amber room with the fire and the wind and the quiet. A fire makes a sound. It is a sound that is hard to name exactly. A soft crackling, a gentle popping, a low hiss as the sap in the wood meets the heat and releases. It is not a loud sound. It is precisely as loud as a fire should be in a quiet room on a quiet night. Each small sound from the fire is separate and complete. A tiny pop, a brief hiss, a soft settling of ash, and then there is silence between them, and then another sound, and then silence again. If you listen to it carefully, without trying too hard, you begin to hear a rhythm in it. Not a strict rhythm, not a beat you could tap your foot to. Something looser and more organic. Something like the rhythm of breathing, or the rhythm of waves, or the rhythm of your own heartbeat. If you were to rest your hand on your chest and just feel it there, the fire breathes. The cabin breathes with it, and your body, sitting in this chair, in this warmth, with this mug in your hands, begins to breathe at the same pace. And out, in, and out, slow and easy, and without effort. The rain has started again, or perhaps it was always raining. Rain mixed with snow, the way mountain weather mixes things, indifferently and beautifully. You can hear it now on the roof of the cabin, a soft, irregular percussion on the wooden shingles above you. It comes and goes in waves. First, a light pattering, almost delicate, like small fingers tapping gently on the roof. Then it strengthens slightly, still soft, still calm, but fuller, more present. A sound that fills the space above you and settles it. And it eases again. It comes in waves. The rain, like everything gentle, comes in waves. You listen to it, and the sound is one of the most comfortable sounds you know. The rain on the roof means the roof is solid above you. It means the cabin is doing its job of keeping the outside outside and the inside inside. Every drop of rain that strikes the roof and runs down the shingles is one more small confirmation that you are sheltered, that you are held, that there is something between you and the cold that is reliable and sturdy and warm. The rain says, you are inside. The roof says, I have you. And the fire says, I am here. And the wind, when it comes again against the walls, says, I am out there. And that's where I belong. You are in here. And that is where you belong tonight. Let your feet relax. Let them go completely soft in your warm socks. Let the muscles of your feet and your toes and your arches release whatever tension has gathered there through the long, cold journey. Your feet have worked hard. They have carried you through the snow and the cold and the distance, and now they can rest. Feel the warmth around them. Feel the floor beneath them, steady and even. Let them be still. Now let that stillness travel upward. Let your calves soften. Not a forced relaxation, not something you have to work at, just a permission. You are giving your body permission to soften, to let go, to trust that nothing is required of it right now. Your calves can be soft. Your knees can be easy. The long muscles of your thighs can release one by one, like ropes going slack. The chair holds you. Let the chair hold you. Your hips settle deeper into the cushion. Your lower back meets the back of the chair and softens against it. The small of your back, where tension so often lives without you noticing, can ease now, slowly and without drama, like snow sliding off a branch. Not suddenly, not with force, just releasing when it is ready, when the weight has gathered enough to tip into letting go. Your stomach can be soft. There is no need for your abdomen to hold itself tight. It can rise gently with your breath, and fall gently with your breath and simply exist, warm and unheld and at peace. Your chest can soften, your shoulders can drop. Let them come down from wherever they have been, wherever cold and effort had raised them. Let them fall away from your ears, back and down, finding the chair beneath them, finding the support that has been there all along waiting for you to trust it. Your arms rest. Your hands are around the warm mug, or perhaps you have set the mug down now, and your hands are resting in your lap, open or gently curled, the way hands rest when they have nothing to do. Your hands are warm, the backs of them, the palms, the fingers, all warm. Your neck is long and soft. Your jaw is easy. Your eyes are not closed quite yet, perhaps, still watching the fire, or perhaps already half closed. The firelight filtered through your lashes into something softer and more golden, edges blurred, shapes moving slowly in the amber. You are relaxed. You are warm. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. The fire settles. One of the logs shifts slightly. You can hear it. A soft internal adjustment as the wood burns down to its glowing core, and a brief shower of orange sparks rises and falls in the dark mouth of the fireplace. They rise and they fade, those small sparks, like thoughts that come and go without needing to be held. They were there, and they were briefly beautiful, and now they are gone, and the fire continues. The fire always continues. It does not need your attention to keep burning. It does not need you to think about it, or maintain it, or worry about it. It is burning, quietly, and steadily, and warmly, and it will keep burning. All it asks of you is to be near it, and that is something you can do without effort. You are near the fire. You are warm, the mug in your hands, or resting on the table beside you, has given off its warmth into the room and into your hands, and into the air between you and the fire. And all of that warmth is still here, still circulating in the gentle air of this small cabin, warming the space around you, keeping the cold at a distance that is very far away. Outside, the snow is falling. Can you picture it? If you close your eyes, or if you let your gaze go soft and unfocused on the middle distance between you and the fireplace, you can picture the snow falling outside this window, not the storm that brought it, not any danger or difficulty, but simply the snow itself, the individual flakes of it, each one impossibly small and impossibly specific, falling from somewhere high and dark in the clouds above the mountain, falling in the dark, cold air past the tall shapes of the pine trees, landing with absolute silence on the surface of all that white that has already gathered. Each flake that falls is one more layer on a surface that is already thick and smooth and undisturbed. The snow is making the world quieter out there, the way snow always does, absorbing sound, softening edges, rounding every shape into something gentler and less defined. The world out there is being gently muffled by the snow, and in here, you are being gently held by the warmth, and both of those things are happening at the same time, and they are both good, and you do not have to do anything at all. Do you remember the last time you felt this still? Not necessarily in a cabin, not necessarily in any particular place, but this particular quality of stillness, where the mind stops moving from thing to thing and simply rests on what is here. where the body stops preparing for the next effort and simply occupies the present moment. This chair, this warmth, this quiet, it comes sometimes at the end of long days. It comes when you have done enough, when you have gone far enough, when you have arrived somewhere that tells your nervous system, you can stop now. You have arrived. This is the place. You do not need to keep looking. This is that place. This is the cabin at the end of the journey, and the journey is done, and you're here, and the rest of it, the cold, the effort, the distances, the things you are thinking about on the way, all of that is outside the door, in the snow, in the dark, getting gently buried under the white quiet of a mountain winter night. It will still be there, but tonight it is outside and you are inside, and there is a door between you and it, and the door is solid and real and closed. You can rest. You can truly rest. Listen to the rain on the roof. It has come back, softer this time, barely more than a mist against the shingles. A delicate, continuous sound like someone has placed the quietest percussion in the world directly above you. It is steady and even, and it does not change much. It just continues. It just falls. It just does its quiet, patient work of landing on the roof, running off the edges, and being absorbed by the snow and the cold ground below. And beneath that sound, almost inaudible, the wind in the pine trees. It is not a sharp wind, not tonight, not right now. It is a slow wind, a considered wind, the kind that moves through the trees like a long exhalation. The pine branches flex and bow and return, flex and bow and return, and they carry their snow and release small amounts of it as they move, small falls of white powder from the tips of the branches that disappear into the larger white below. The trees are patient with the wind. They have always been patient with the wind. They have stood in this wind for longer than you have been alive, longer than anyone you know has been alive, and they will stand in it long after tonight. They are very old and very patient, and they are doing what they do. And the sound of them, that low, moving, breath-like sound, is one of the oldest sounds there is. It is the sound of the world taking care of itself, and the cabin is part of that world. And you are inside the cabin, and the world is taking care of you too, in its own old and patient way. There is a blanket. Perhaps you had not noticed it before, but there it is, folded over the arm of the chair, or perhaps draped softly across the back. It is thick, a wool blanket, or something of similar weight, something that has warmth woven into it at the material level. It is in a pattern that is simple and old, perhaps stripes of dark color on cream, or a simple check in forest colors. It does not matter. What matters is the weight of it and the warmth. You reach for it. You shake it out gently, a small wave of fabric in the amber air, and you bring it over yourself. You settle it across your lap and your legs, over your feet, and you pull it up a little at the chest. And there is that particular sensation, the slow addition of warmth to warmth, the soft weight of the blanket settling onto you like a gentle pressure, like a hand resting on your shoulder that says, there, there, you are held, you are covered, you are warm. The blanket smells faintly of cedar or lavender, or simply of the cabin itself, that particular smell of wood and warmth that is specific to this place. that you will remember long after tonight. You pull the blanket a little higher. You sink a little deeper into the chair. The fire burns. The rain falls on the roof. The wind moves in the trees. You are warm. You are safe here. You can rest now. Everything is quiet. Let's notice the room together. Slowly, let your eyes move, or let your imagination move. If your eyes are already closed, around the small space of this cabin, resting briefly on each thing, and then moving on. A fireplace, stone, gray river stone, or perhaps darker mountain stone, fitted together by hands that knew what they were doing, that took care. The mortar between them is pale and old. The hearth in front extends a few feet in dark stone. Smooth from years of use, the fire sits within its opening, contained and warm and doing exactly what it should. Above the fireplace, the mantelpiece, a single wide plank of dark wood, perhaps 100 years old, holding a few simple things. A candle that is not lit, a small piece of stone or driftwood found somewhere on a walk, a pine cone, just one, large and perfect and dry, sitting at one end of the mantel like something that had been put there with care. Your eyes move. The window to your left. The glass is old and slightly imperfect. You can see it in the way the firelight bends fractionally as it passes through. The outside is dark, of course, but not entirely featureless. You can see the snow against the glass, and beyond it, the faint dark shapes of the nearest pine trees, their forms moving very gently in the wind, and the rain on the glass, small rivulets running down, branching and merging, each one its own small story of water finding its way. The glass is cold, on the outside, but the window is sealed, and the inside face of the glass is only faintly cool, and you are many feet away from it in your warm chair, with your warm blanket and your fire. You look away from the window, the bookshelf. It stands against the near wall, not tall, perhaps 4 shelves, each one full, but not overflowing. The books are various sizes and ages. Their spines in various stages of fading. You cannot read the titles clearly from here in the amber light. They are just shapes, just the comfortable presence of books, which has its own particular quality of quiet. Books on a shelf, unread, make a kind of silence that is different from ordinary silence. They are quiet with potential. They are holding their words gently, waiting, in no hurry. You do not need to read anything tonight. You do not need to do anything at all. Your eyes move on. A small wooden table in the center of the room, between the chair and the far wall. Simple, square, on 4 plain legs. There is nothing on it right now. Or perhaps there is the shell of a nut, or a small stone, or some small natural thing left there by whoever else has sheltered here, carried in from the forest and put down without ceremony and forgotten. It does not disturb the table's quiet, the floor, the wide pine boards, pale in some places, dark in others, gleaming slightly in the firelight. The rug in the center, with its soft, familiar pattern, its worn edges, its solid presence underfoot. The fire's light moves on the floor in slow, irregular waves, brighter, dimmer, brighter, following the same unhurried rhythm as the fire itself. The ceiling, low enough to be intimate, high enough to breathe. The beams crossing it are dark, darker than the walls. aged by the smoke of many fires over many years. They are the bones of the cabin, visible and honest, and there is a comfort in seeing the structure of a thing, in knowing what holds it up. The walls, warm in this light. The logs that form them have a texture you could trace with your fingers. The slight ridges and valleys of the bark that was not quite stripped away. The knots and grains that are specific to each tree, each piece. You could read this wall like a slow and patient text if you wanted, but you do not have to. It is enough that it is there, solid and warm and real. The room holds you. The cabin holds the room. The snow holds the cabin. And something larger and quieter than any of these things holds the snow, holds the mountain, holds this whole cold and beautiful winter night with you inside it. You are held. You're safe here. Take a breath, a slow one, the kind that starts deep down in the belly and rises through the chest and releases with the softest sound through your slightly parted lips. Not a dramatic breath, not a cleansing breath in any effortful sense, just a breath. One long, easy, complete breath, and then another. And out. The air in this cabin is warm and smells of wood smoke and cedar, and faintly of the rain that is falling outside. That smell of rain on cold stone and pine that drifts even through closed windows and sealed doors. Because rain has a way of being everywhere, of being part of everything. Breathe it in, the warmth of it, the faint, sweet smoke, the clean, cold undertone, and breathe it out. Let your breathing be the thing that guides you now, not thoughts. Thoughts can wait, not plans, not memories, not the sounds from outside or the small movements of the fire. Just your breath, in and out, slow and even, the most fundamental rhythm there is, the one your body has maintained without interruption since the very beginning. You do not have to manage it. It breathes itself. You just feel it, in and out. The fire speaks again, a soft crackle, low and brief, and then silence, and then a longer hiss as something deep within the log releases, and then the fire finds a new arrangement, a new balance, and it settles into it, and the room adjusts, and the light shifts fractionally, and everything returns to its quiet amber equilibrium. The fire is a living thing in its way. It eats and it breathes, and it gives off warmth as a natural consequence of being what it is. It does not try to be warm. Warmth is simply what happens when fire is fire. And you, sitting here in front of it, receiving that warmth, do not have to try to be warm either. The warmth comes to you. It is given. It is free. The heat from the fire reaches your face first, a gentle, persistent warmth on your cheeks, on your forehead, on the backs of your hands if they are facing the fire. It does not burn. It is exactly calibrated to comfort. This close to this fire, in this room, the warmth is exactly right. And behind you, the rest of the cabin is warm too. Not as intensely, not the deep radiant warmth of the fireside, but a steady, ambient warmth that the thick log walls have been absorbing and radiating all day, all evening. The whole room is warm. There is no cold corner waiting for you when you move. There is no chill behind you. The warmth is complete. You are surrounded by warmth from the fire, from the walls, from the blanket over your lap and legs and feet, from the mug you are holding or have set down from the air itself. You are surrounded, and surrounded only by warmth. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks, softly. You've not noticed it before, but it is there, small, wooden, old. It ticks in the comfortable way of a mechanical clock, without the sharp electronic precision of modern timekeeping. Each tick is slightly different from the last, slightly softer, slightly fuller, not quite regular in the way a machine would be regular, but regular in the way that a heartbeat is regular, consistently, faithfully, approximately, tick, tick, tick. It does not tell you that time is passing too quickly. It does not make you anxious about the hour. It simply marks the passing of each moment with a small, gentle sound. And each moment that passes is one more moment of rest, one more moment of warmth, one more moment closer to sleep. The clock says, time is moving. It says, this is how it always goes. It says, you are in the middle of this particular evening, and the evening is doing what evenings do, which is to hold you in their dark warmth and carry you gently toward morning. Tick, 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 and the fire crackles softly between ticks, and the rain falls softly between crackles, and the wind moves softly between the drops of rain. All of it layered, all of it gentle, all of it here. You are so comfortable right now. Let's just say that clearly, and let it be true. You are so comfortable. Your body is warm and supported and at rest. Your mind is moving slowly, like water over smooth stones, without rush, without destination. The room is quiet except for those gentle sounds, fire, rain, clock, wind, that are not really interruptions to the quiet, but are instead the texture of the quiet, the particular quality that makes the silence feel alive and inhabited rather than empty. You are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you need to be. There is nothing you have forgotten. There is nothing you need to check. There is nothing waiting for your attention that cannot wait until morning. And morning is far away, and far away is where it belongs. Tonight belongs to you. This warmth belongs to you. This stillness is yours. Perhaps there is someone else here, not intrusively, not with the need for conversation or engagement, just a presence, warm and quiet, somewhere nearby, in another chair perhaps, turned toward the fire as you are, or somewhere in the back of the cabin, in the kitchen perhaps, making the smallest sounds of someone comfortable in a familiar space, a cup being set down softly, the gentle creak of someone settling in a wooden chair, not sounds that demand your attention, just sounds that tell you, you are not alone in this warmth. Someone else is here, close, in their own quiet rest, comfortable in the same way you're comfortable. If that thought is welcome, let it be here. Let the presence be simple and warm and utterly without demand. If you prefer the perfect solitude of an empty cabin, let the sounds be only the cabin, only the fire and the rain and the clock and the wind. Both are good. Both are safe. Both are quiet. You are safe here. Either way, there is nothing here that means you harm. There is nothing in this cabin or this forest or this mountain night that wishes you anything but rest. Everything here is on your side. The fire is on your side. The walls are on your side. The snow outside is on your side in its way. It is making the world quieter. It is covering the hard edges of things. It is keeping the night soft and muffled and sealed. Everything is on your side tonight. Let's feel the blanket again, the weight of it, the way it lies across you in a smooth, even distribution, slightly heavier at the edges where it drapes and folds. If you were to move your legs beneath it, just slightly, just a small adjustment, you would feel the fabric shift against you, soft and slightly textured, the weave of it catching faintly on itself. But you do not need to move your legs. You are already comfortable. You are already still. The blanket is warm on top of your lap and legs. The chair is warm beneath you. The fire is warm in front of you. The air is warm around you. And you, inside all of this warmth, are beginning to be very deeply warm yourself. Not overheated, not uncomfortable, but the perfect deep warmth that starts in the center of you and radiates outward to your fingertips, to the tips of your toes, to the surface of your skin. You are a warm thing in a warm place. And outside, the cold world is doing what it does. And it is beautiful out there in its cold way. The snow and the dark trees and the moving clouds above the mountain and the stars somewhere behind all of that, always above the clouds. But you are in here, and in here is this warmth, and this warmth is complete. You are complete. You can rest. The snow on the roof, it is accumulating slowly all night, adding its silent weight in small increments to what is already there. You cannot hear the snow itself. Snow is one of the most silent things in the world, but you can hear the slight, slow creaking of the roof beams as they settle under the increasing weight, a sound so slow it is almost below the threshold of hearing, like the breathing of the cabin itself. In the beams hold, out, and they settle, barely perceptible, just a sense of the structure being present, being alive in its wooden way. The roof holds the snow. The walls hold the warmth. The chair holds you, layer after layer after layer of holding. Perhaps you are beginning to feel sleepy, not dramatically, not the sudden heaviness of someone who has been fighting sleep and finally cannot fight anymore. More like this. A gradual softening around the edges of things. The fire, when you look at it, seems slightly softer than it did a moment ago. Not because the fire has changed, but because your vision, your eyes, are beginning to relax into a different way of seeing. The amber of the room is perhaps slightly more amber. The sounds, the rain, the fire, the clock, the wind are perhaps slightly more blended, slightly less distinct from one another, merging into a single soft, continuous sound that is just the night, the storm, the warmth, the safety. Your breathing has slowed if you were paying close attention to it, which you do not need to, because it is breathing perfectly well on its own. You would notice that each breath is a little deeper and a little slower than the last. The spaces between breaths have grown slightly longer. The whole rhythm has shifted into something that is very close to the rhythm of sleep. You're on the edge of something beautiful. Do not try to reach it. Just let it come to you. It will. The fire pops softly, and then there's a long silence. And in the silence you hear only the rain, and in the rain you hear only the quiet drumming of each drop on the roof, and in that drumming you hear only the steady, unvarying pulse of a mountain storm that has been here since before you arrived and will be here after you are deep in sleep. doing its soft and necessary work of watering the roots of the pines and rounding the stones in the creek bed and adding its cold weight to the snowpack on the slopes above. The rain is doing its work. The fire is doing its work. The cabin is doing its work. And your only work right now, your only task, the one thing that is required of you in this moment and in all the moments that follow is to breathe. Just breathe. And now, and let the rest come. The clock ticks. Tick, tick. Each tick is another second. Each second, you are warm. Each second, you are safe. Each second, the snow is falling outside and the fire is burning inside and the rain is on the roof and the wind is in the trees and you're here in this chair, in this blanket, in this amber light, in this quiet. Tick, tick, tick. The clock is patient. It is all night. Let's go somewhere in your mind for a moment. Not far. Not anywhere that requires effort or attention. Just a small, gentle journey into the kind of image that lives at the edge of sleep. The almost picture. The half-formed. The soft. Imagine the forest outside the cabin. From above. From somewhere very high. Too high for the storm to reach. Above the clouds. You can look down and see the whole mountain and the whole dark forest. And somewhere in the middle of all that dark and white, there is a small bright point, very small from this height, a warm orange point of light among all the dark green and white of the winter mountain. That is the cabin. That is the window with the fire burning behind it. That is where you are. From up here, the whole storm is visible, the gray-white mass of cloud rolling over the mountain, the snow and rain falling in soft curtains, the wind that is just the movement of air doing what air does, naturally, without intention. It is all so gentle from this height. The whole enormous mountain, the whole great storm, the whole dark winter forest, all of it is gentle, seen from far enough away. All of it is just natural, slow, enormous, patient, and in the middle of it, so small, so bright, so warm. The cabin, your warmth, your fire, and you inside it, barely visible from this height, but absolutely present, absolutely real, absolutely safe. Come back down. Come back slowly, drifting like a snowflake through the cloud, through the dark, cold air, through the tops of the pines, down, down, through the amber light of the window, back into the warmth, back into the chair, back into the blanket, back into the quiet. You are here. The tea or the coffee, the warm drink you had earlier has settled in you now, not in any specific way, not as a sensation you can pinpoint, but as a general warmth in the core of you that has spread outward and become part of the overall warmth of this evening, indistinguishable from the warmth of the fire or the blanket or the room. You're warm all the way through, from the outside in. The warmth surrounded you. Fire, blanket, walls, from the inside out. The warmth met it. The drink, your own body heat, the deep warmth that has been building all evening. They have met somewhere in the middle, these two warmths, and become one. And now there is only warmth, complete and continuous and unbroken. You are so warm. You are so safe. He can sleep. You do not have to fight it. That gentle pull downward and inward that you might be beginning to feel, that soft gravity of sleep that begins to make the body feel heavy and the mind feel slow, and the sounds of the room feel slightly farther away, slightly softer, slightly more like music and less like information. You do not have to resist that. There is nothing to stay awake for. There is no reason to hold the sharp edge of consciousness any longer. Let it soften. Let the sharp edge of it become a curve. Let the curve become a slope. Let the slope become a slow drift. You are drifting gently, the way a leaf drifts in still water, making no effort, moving in the slightest current that is barely a current at all, just the water being alive in its very small, very quiet way. You are drifting, and it is good. A fire. It is lower now than it was when you first sat down. The logs have burned down further into themselves, and the flames are smaller and more settled, and the light they make in the room is perhaps slightly warmer in color, deeper orange, deeper amber, because a low, settled fire makes the warmest light. The light moves in the room in slow patterns, barely changing, almost but not quite still. The shadows in the corners of the room are deep and warm and entirely without threat. There is nothing in the corners of this room but shadow and warmth and quiet. The fire crackles once, softly, and then is quiet, and the rain on their roof fills the quiet. And behind the rain, the wind in the pines fills what the rain does not fill, and behind the wind, some greater silence underlies everything. The silence of the mountain, the silence of the snow, the silence of a winter night that is enormous and patient and old beyond any counting. And in that great silence, this small cabin, and in this small cabin, this warm room, and in this warm room, you, breathing, softly, almost asleep. Your eyes, if they have not already closed, are very heavy now. The lids of them are warm. If you let them close, just let them go. Let gravity do what gravity does. They will find the inside of their own darkness, and that darkness will be warm, and the warm orange of the fire will come through them as a faint, rosy glow through closed lids, and the sounds of the cabin will still be there, still doing their soft work. The fire, the rain, the clock, the wind, still there, still soft, still safe. You do not need to see anything. You do not need to watch the fire. The fire is watching over you. Close your eyes. Let them close. Better. That is better. The darkness behind your eyelids is warm and deep and complete. Not the darkness of something empty or frightening, the darkness of something held, something contained, something that has walls of warmth around it, and a fire on one side and rain on the roof, and everything is exactly as it should be. You are in the warm, you are in the quiet, you are in the dark behind your closed eyes, and it is good. Breathe in the warm air of the cabin, out, and your body softer with each breath. And everything is here. Everything is fine. Everything is exactly as it should be. Out, and you sink a little deeper, a little further, a little more into the warm, and the dark, and the quiet. The rain on the roof. Listen to it. You do not need to count the drops or identify the pattern. Just let the sound be what it is, a continuous, soft, shifting sound that is the rain just the rain, just water falling from the sky and landing on the wood above you, each drop doing its small, perfect job, and then gone, replaced by another, and another, and another. The rain is infinite, or it feels that way, listening to it from inside this warmth. It was falling before you arrived, and it will be falling when you are deep in sleep, and it will perhaps still be falling when you wake. The same rain, or different rain, it does not matter, because rain does not have a beginning or an ending from the inside of a warm cabin. It just is. It just falls. It just continues. Let the sound of the rain be your companion, and as you fall asleep, let it fall. Let it fall. Let it fall. You are very sleepy now. The thought comes to you gently, from somewhere close to sleep itself. I am very sleepy now. And it is true. And it is good. And it is exactly right. This is what was supposed to happen. This is what the warm cabin and the fire and the blanket and the rain and the quiet were working toward, together all evening, patiently and without hurry. This sleepiness, this particular quality of heaviness and softness and warmth that means the body is ready, means the mind is ready, means sleep is very close. Sleep is very close. You can feel it at the edges of things. You can feel it in the heaviness of your limbs, in the softness of your thoughts, in the way the sounds of the cabin are becoming slightly more dreamlike, slightly less literal. The fire not just a fire, but a sound. The rain not just rain, but a feeling. The warmth not just temperature, but a quality of being held and contained and safe. You are very close to sleep. Let your mind go where it wants to go, gently, without direction. If an image forms behind your closed eyes, let it form. Let it be whatever it is. Something simple, something soft, something without edges or demands. A field of snow, the inside of the cabin from above, a long stretch of dark pine forest, under a gray winter sky, a fire, window with its amber light seen from outside, small and warm in the dark. Let the images come and go. They do not need to make sense. Sleep does not ask things to make sense. Sleep asks only that you let go. Let go of the day. Let go of what was difficult and what was easy and what was neither. Let go of what you said and what you thought about later. Let go of tomorrow and the day after that. None of it is here. Here is only the cabin and the fire and the rain and the warmth and the dark behind your closed eyes. Here is only rest. Here is only this. The fire is burning very low now. The logs are almost all coal, deep orange red, glowing from within. Barely any flame now. Just the radiant heat of coal doing its slow and patient work of releasing everything the wood absorbed from the sun over years of growing, releasing it now as warm, as light, as the particular deep glow of a fire that has been burning for a long time and will keep burning for a long time more. The warmest fires are the low ones. The lowest flames give off the deepest heat, and the room is warm with it, deeply and evenly warm, and you are warm within it, deeply and evenly warm, and everything is still, and everything is safe, and everything is exactly as it should be in this small perfect cabin on this snowy rainy mountain night. Breathe in and out, in and out, each breath slower than the last, each breath deeper, each breath more complete. You are breathing the way you breathe in sleep, slowly, fully, easily, because sleep is so close now that your body is already practicing. You are already most of the way there. Just a little further, just a little more letting go. Think of nothing. You do not need to think of anything. The world is being taken care of tonight. Everything that normally requires your attention is resting alongside you. The responsibilities and the relationships and the decisions and the things you meant to do and the things you are glad you did and the things you wish had gone differently. All of it is resting tonight. It has put itself down for the night, the way you put your coat on the hook when you came in. And it is resting, and it will be there in the morning. And tomorrow is a long way from here. Here, there is nothing to think about. Here, there is only the rain, and the fire, and the warmth, and your breathing, and the dark behind your closed eyes, and sleep. Just sleep, quiet and warm and waiting. You are drifting now. Can you feel it? The particular quality of consciousness at the very edge of sleep, when the thoughts become less like thoughts and more like images, less like language and more like sensation, less like anything you could report or explain, and more like weather, more like environment, more like just something happening in the great warm dark behind your eyes. You are drifting like snow, like the snow outside this window, falling through the dark air in complete silence, without intention, without destination, just falling, just going where the stillness takes it, just landing softly on the surface of everything. You are falling asleep, slowly, gently, without effort, just as you were always going to. The cabin is quiet. The fire is low. The rain is on the roof. The wind is in the trees. The snow is falling. You are warm. You are safe. You are held. Sleep. Just sleep. The rain, the fire, the warmth, the dark. You are safe here. You can sleep now. Let go. Just let go. The fire burns very quietly in the grate. The coals glow deep orange, steady, patient, warm. The logs have settled into themselves fully now. They are more coal than log, more radiance than flame, giving off their deep warmth without noise, without drama, just steadily and warmly and well. The light in the room is very low, deep amber, almost bronze. The shadows in the corners of the room are warm and full and still. The bookshelf is a dark shape, its books held quietly in their familiar places. The mantel is a dark line with its few simple objects. The unlit candle, the stone, the single large pine cone. The clock on the mantel ticks very softly. Tick, tick, tick. Each tick the same as the last. Each one perfectly unremarkable. Each one simply marking the passage of another moment in this safe and quiet cabin. Tick, tick. The rug lies soft and warm on the old pine floor. The table stands where it has always stood. The window shows nothing but dark, the dark of a winter night in a snowstorm, the glass faintly clouded with the rain that runs down its outside surface in slow, thin threads. And in the chair, in the middle of all of this warmth, in the center of this small and perfect world of firelight and rain, sound and wooden walls and thick blanket and amber air, you are asleep, or nearly so. Nearly. Breathe. One more slow breath. and feel the warm air of the cabin fill you all the way down, all the way to the bottom of your lungs. Feel the warmth of it, the smell of it, wood smoke, cedar, rain, the faint, sweet quality of old pine warmed through many winters. Hold it gently, just for a heartbeat, and then breathe out. Let it go completely. Let it all go. The breath goes, and with it goes everything. The last edge of wakefulness, the last thin thread of holding, the last small effort of consciousness. It all goes out with the breath, gently and completely, like the last curl of smoke from a candle just extinguished, and what remains is warmth and dark, and the soft sound of the rain on the roof, and the quiet, and sleep. Sleep, you are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. The rain falls on the cabin roof, steadily, softly, endlessly. The fire holds its low, warm light. The clock ticks very softly. The wind moves in the pines very slowly. The snow falls. The mountain holds everything, and you sleep warm, at rest, at peace. The night is long, but the night is long and warm, and there is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to think or decide or manage or carry. The night is entirely, completely, perfectly yours, and it is asking only one thing of you, and that thing is this: rest. Just rest. The way the snow rests on the branches of the pine trees, without effort, without intention, simply settling where gravity and peace have placed it. The way the coals rest in the fireplace, not burning furiously, not consuming themselves in heat and light, just glowing steadily from within, being warm, being quiet, being present. The way the cabin rests on its foundation of stone and earth, not fighting the mountain, not straining against the weight of the snow on its roof, just standing solidly, doing its small wooden job of keeping warmth inside and cold outside, doing it without drama, doing it well. Be like the snow, be like the coal, be like the cabin. Rest. And somewhere, far above the clouds, the stars are doing what stars do, burning enormous and distant in the dark and cold of space that is colder and darker than any winter on this mountain. But they are very far away, and between you and them, there are the clouds, thick and gray, and full of snow and rain. And below the clouds there is the mountain, enormous and still, and on the mountain there is the forest, dark and patient, and in the forest there is this clearing, and in this clearing there is the cabin, and in the cabin there is the fire, and in the fire there is warmth, and in the warmth there is rest, and in the rest there is you. You are at the warm center of everything. You are held by layer after layer after layer of it. Warmth and wood and stone and snow and forest and mountain and cloud and star. Each one containing the next. Each one keeping you at the soft, safe, warm middle of it all. You are held. You are at the center. You are safe. Sleep now. Let the sounds be just sounds, not information, not signals, not things to respond to. Just the rain, just the fire, just the wind, just the clock, just sounds moving through you without catching on anything, moving through you like water through clear glass. Just sounds. and you on the other side of them, in the warmth, in the dark, in the sleep. The fire is breathing. The cabin is breathing. You are breathing. All together, the same slow rhythm. In and out, in and out. The mountain breathes with the wind. The trees breathe with the mountain. The cabin breathes with the trees. The fire breathes with the cabin. And you breathe with the fire. All one breath. All one slow, enormous, patient, warm breath. You are asleep, or you are so close that it makes no difference. The line between being nearly asleep and being asleep is not a sharp line. It is a gradient, a slow fading, a gentle dissolving of the edges of things, a softening of the boundary between inside and outside, between self and warm, between the person in the chair and the chair itself, between the sounds of the room and the silence that holds them. You are somewhere in that gradient. You are somewhere in the soft space between, and it is the most comfortable place there is. Stay there. Stay in the warm. Stay in the quiet. Stay in the safe. The rain on the roof. Soft, steady, patient. Each drop falling. Each drop landing. Each drop replacing the last. An infinite, quiet, continuous sound. Like breathing. Like sleeping. Like everything that keeps going without needing you to watch it. The rain keeps falling. You can sleep. The fire keeps burning. You can sleep. The cabin keeps standing. You can sleep. The mountain keeps being the mountain. You can sleep. Everything is keeping on. Everything is doing its quiet job. Everything is fine. You can sleep. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. Breathe. In, out, warm, safe, held, rest. The amber light of the fire plays across the ceiling beams very slowly. The patterns it makes up, they're not quite the same from one moment to the next. A slight shift, a slight brightening, a slight dimming, as the coals in the fireplace glow and settle, and glow again in their own internal rhythm. The patterns on the ceiling are ancient. They are the patterns that fire has always made on the ceilings of enclosed places, since the very first enclosed places were made, since the very first fire was brought inside out of the coal. Human beings have been watching fire light on ceilings in this way for longer than memory, longer than history, longer than language. It is the oldest comfort. It is in you somewhere at a level that does not need explaining. The firelight on the ceiling tells your body, you are inside. You are warm. You are safe. This is shelter. This is rest. Your body knows. Your body has always known. Let's stay here a little longer. Just here. Just in this warmth. Just in this quiet. There is no reason to hurry through this. There is no end to get to. The end is just more warmth. Just deeper rest. Just a little further into the comfortable dark of sleep. And we will get there. We are already most of the way there. But let's stay here a moment. In this in-between place. This warm and quiet edge of sleep. And let it be good. It is good. This is good. You are good. The blanket is warm. The chair is deep. The fire is low. The rain is soft. The wind is gentle. The snow is quiet. You are here. You are here, and you are warm, and you are safe, and everything is still, and everything is quiet, and everything is fine. can sleep. You can sleep. One more breath. Just one more. A long, slow, complete breath. And feel the warmth of the cabin fill you. Feel the smell of it. Wood smoke, cedar, pine, rain. Feel the goodness of it. The simple rightness of being in a warm place on a cold night. The profound and ordinary blessing of having a roof over your head and a fire in front of you and a blanket across your lap and rest ahead of you. Hold it gently and breathe out. Breathe out completely. Let everything go with it. Every last thing. Just let it go. And there you are, in the warmth, in the quiet, in the safe, in the rest, in the sleep. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. The cabin holds you through the night. The fire holds the cabin. The mountain holds the forest. The clouds hold the snow. And the night holds everything gently, enormously, warmly, patiently, for as long as you need it to, all night, every hour, every soft, dark minute. The rain on the roof, the cold glow in the grate, the tick of the clock, the wind in the pines, all of it, all night, doing its quiet work of being present, being soft, being safe, and you, in the middle of it, sleeping deeply, warmly, safely. Well, rest now. You are home. You are warm. You are safe. Sleep in the deep of the night, somewhere in the long dark hours between late and early, the storm shifts. It does not end, not yet, but it changes its quality, the way storms sometimes do in the small hours, when the wildest energy of them has passed, and what remains is something quieter and more steady. The wind, which had been moving through the pines in long, sustained waves, eases into something more intermittent, a gust, and then a long pause, and then another gust, and then quiet. The rain, which had been pattering and hissing on the roof, thins into something almost imperceptible, barely there, the very finest mist of rain, or perhaps just the dripping of water from the heavy snow-laden branches of the pines above the cabin. The world is settling. Even storms need to rest. Even the mountain takes its breath between one weather and the next. And in the cabin, in the warmth that the fire still holds even as it burns to its last low coals, in the amber dark and the thick blanketed quiet, you sleep. You have been sleeping for a while now. You are deep in it. You are in the good, quiet depth of sleep where the body is completely at rest and the mind is doing whatever it does in the secret hours of night, not worrying, not planning, not holding anything tight, just being alive and warm and held. The sleep is good. The rest is complete. The clock ticks. Tick, tick, tick. Each one the same as the last. Each one soft. Each one simply marking the continuation of this safe and quiet night. The clock will keep ticking until morning. Morning is a long way off. Between here and morning there's only more sleep, only more warmth, only the rain and the wind, and the quiet fire, and the deep dark of the cabin holding you. Sleep through it all. Sleep through the ticking and the rain. Sleep through the long quiet and the slow morning of the storm. Sleep, and when morning comes, house. When the light comes, pale and gray and cold, through the window of the cabin. When the fire is nothing but warm ash that still radiates a faint heat into the room. When the world outside is white and still and new. When the storm has passed and the pines stand quiet under their weight of snow, and the silence is the perfect silence that follows a long night of weather. When morning comes, you will wake slowly and warmly and well. You will surface from sleep the way the mountain surfaces from cloud after a storm, gently, gradually, the shapes of things returning, the edges of things becoming clear again, the world familiar again and good. You will wake warm. You will wake rested. You will look at the window, at the pale morning light, and you will lie still for a moment in the warmth of the chair or the blanket, and you'll listen. And the world outside will be very quiet, and the cabin will smell of wood smoke and cold, and the very faintest trace of the tea or coffee you had last night. And you will be glad to have slept, glad to have rested, glad to be here, in this cabin, on this morning, at the beginning of a new day that is unhurried and open and yours. But that is morning, and morning is not yet. Morning is on the other side of all these good dark hours of sleep, and the hours are waiting for you, quiet and warm and patient. Sleep through them, all of them, everyone. The rain on the roof, the fire in the grate, the snow on the mountain, the dark in the trees, the warmth in the cabin, the warmth in the chair, the warmth in the blanket, the warmth in you. You are safe here. Everything is quiet now. You can rest. You can sleep. You're home. Sleep. Just sleep. Warm. Safe. Held. Still. Quiet. Here. Sleep. The fire glows. The rain falls. The mountain stands. The night holds. And you sleep. And you sleep. And you sleep. Sleep. Warm. Safe. Here. Sleep.